Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Innovation United 2023 conference. My name is Kate, and it's my great honor to guide you throughout the whole conference. During the day, you can enjoy many keynotes and panel discussions on the topic of innovation right on this stage. But if you are interested in financial segment, please visit our another stage downstairs. Also, let me please thank to our partners, without whom we wouldn't be here today. The main organizer is Startup Disrupt, who we thank very much for the whole organization. Thank you very much for it. You can applaud a bit. Thank you. Also, many thanks to all our partners, which include Allegro, Started ČSOB, Bliss, Goldilocks, Jimmy Technologies. And now let me please hand over to Patrik Juranek, CEO and founder of Startup Disrupt.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much that you decided to join us for this special occasion, for this amazing event, which we really work really hard with all the team to put together. So through all the day, maybe you can't see right now, but through all day we'll cover on this stage the topics of artificial intelligence, security, digital health, digitalization, and many others. Basically, all the challenges which we are right now thinking are important to mention and discuss within the professionals who are profound on these topics and matters are important. We are having here. So even the mission of Startup Disrupt is to bring together all the innovators, corporate leaders, people from the public sector, and together to be one of the, let's say, trigger who can do the change in the world and in the society. Because this is why Startup Disrupt was even built, to put together all of those like-minded people, innovators, and to bring new solutions which can improve the world around us and help us to live better life. So this is me, Patrik Juranek, and what we are doing several conferences, we are doing meetups, we are doing many other activities, not only in Czech Republic, but across all European Union. So if you are more interested what we are doing, please just let us know. We'll be more than happy to describe. And we wouldn't be here without our partners, as it was already mentioned by Katka. Definitely mentioned to Allegro. ČSOB started a great acceleration program for startups in finance. Jimmy Technologies, Goldilocks, Bliss, DLA Piper, Czech Invest, MSD, Tesco, EY, Warehouse. Warehouse especially is important because if you receive the invitation for tonight, for the after party, they are one of the partners who are behind that, so you'll have a chance to taste amazing stuff what they prepared for you, and many others. Last but not least, it's important to mention that we're supposed to have here the Prime Minister, but unfortunately for the last minute his plan was a bit changed. But what we have, in the morning we prepared the slightly different speaker who will overtake his position. So I would like to welcome on the stage Marketa Adamova Pekarova for her welcome speech.
Vážení účastníci Innovations United, moc mě mrzí, že nemůžu být dnes s vámi, protože témata, kterým se budete věnovat, jsou pro mě osobně velmi důležitá. Některá z nich jsou dokonce mojí srdcovkou. Tak například témata, která se týkají female leadershipu, jsou mojí dlouhodobou prioritou i v politice. Chci, abychom se o work-life balance nejenom bavili, ale abychom ho byli schopni realizovat. Aby ženy neměly jenom teoretické možnosti zapojení třeba do podnikání, vrcholných pozic, ale aby to byly jejich reálné možnosti, aby nezůstalo jenom u možností na papíře, ale aby je mohly do svého života skutečně zařadit. A to hodně záleží i na podnikatelském prostředí, protože jste to zrovna vy, kteří si tohle velmi uvědomujete a jdete příkladem třeba i státu. Proto se snažím ze své pozice vám co nejvíce ulehčit a proto také budu pokračovat v tom, abychom všechny tyto věci za naší vlády zlepšovali, protože na tom stojí budoucnost naší země. My máme v současné době velmi nízkou nezaměstnanost už mnoho let a ta se zdá být pro některé velkou výhodou, ale ve skutečnosti je to tak, že nám chybí lidé na pracovním trhu a velká skupina, která ještě stále má příležitost se zapojovat, jsou právě ženy, které jsou třeba na rodičovské dovolené, pečují o děti. Pokud budou snáze se vracet do práce na částečné úvazky, práce z domova, různé flexibilní formy zaměstnávání, tím lépe pro nás všechny. A vím, že vy v tomhle jdete příkladem, tak vám za to děkuji, ale samozřejmě to není jediné téma. Vím, že se budete věnovat inovacím, budete se věnovat celé řadě dalších zlepšení, protože před námi je obrovské množství výzev. Jak zapojit AI do našeho podnikání, do našeho fungování? Co přináší za rizika a naopak, kde je její příležitost? To všechno řeší i stát a měl by řešit ještě intenzivněji, toho jsme si vědomi. Buďte nám v tom prosím nápomocni a ukažte během dnešního setkání, které máte, že vy víte, kudy běží zajíc. Tak se mějte dobře, ať se vám daří a přeji, ať se dnešní akce velmi vydaří.
And now I would like to pass the word back to Katka for the next part of the program.
Patrik, Marketa, thank you very much for your heartwarming words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our first speaker, economist Tomas Sedlacek. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure. All right, let's start with the presentation. I hope it works. That's me. Okay, so we have 15 minutes to try and look at the history of innovation, what has been happening to us as a species. I do philosophy of economics, so I believe other colleagues will focus on the more detailed nuance of what's happening at this present moment. I would like to take the big meta trend look. So I will look at our history from the beginning of time. And my main thesis is that there are two trends that explain the wealth of nations. You know that this is a famous book by Adam Smith, in which he talked about specialization, which is a subset of what I call planetization, because in order to specialize, there has to be many of you. That's principle number one. If there would be only, 50 of us, we would never be able to produce a car. We would never be able to produce a tie. We would all be doing something to do with agriculture and basic food stuff. So the country or the entity which is most abstract, which is furthest away from material, tends to be the richest. And if you're able to connect that to others and make the realm of the same abstract thought also potent in space, as there is many of us, then that is a recipe for a rich person, rich entity, rich country, and a rich planet. And then I'll peek a little bit into the future. I will try to predict where we might go, and I'll use the famous Kardashev scale. Anybody's familiar with the, not Kim Kardashian, but Kardashev scale? Kim Kardashian, I suppose everybody knows, but Kardashev scale? Two people, okay, good. So, all right. I would like to start with the shortest story in the history of stories. It's also one of the most difficult to understand. I won't read it for you. So, it's a story composed of one sentence. And this is the topic of my speech today. I hope at the end of 15 minutes it will be understandable what Kafka was trying to say. Bear with me, the philosopher in me has a tendency to divide entities into three separate parts. One is body, then there is a soul, and then there is the optional component of spirit. Body is matter, bricks, things made of atoms. Soul is not made of atoms. It is the structure of your company, timetable, mathematics, language, law, money, all of that exists, but it isn't real the same way that a brick is real. And then the third optional characteristic is what I call spirit. I'd like to here build on Hegel, who wrote about Weltgeist and the phenomenology of the spirit. And this Geist, don't take it in some esoteric meaning, it's rather like a Geyser, like a gist. The German word Geist you can still see in the English, the gist of an argument. And in German, those of you who speak German know that humanities are called Geistenwissenschaft in German, which means spiritual sciences. So economics is, in fact, together with sociology and politics, a subset of what in Germany they would call a spiritual substance. Now, these three entities, of course, interact, and I'm giving an example of an iPhone. The body of an iPhone weighs 129 grams, and if you melted it back, took the battery out, and melted the rest, it has value of about $1. What makes the phone is the soul, and that soul is made of two things. First of all, the way we've tortured the metal, we've burned it, we've pressed it, we've hit it with other pieces of stone, and created a soul of the stone, which we call cell phone, and the other part of the intangible soul is, of course, the software. And that, in fact, is the value of the phone minus the $1 on the raw materials. And to the phone, the spirit is the user. So the phone is a phone even without me. It lies here. It would still be called a phone. But until I possess it and do things to it, it has no purpose. So spirit is the realm of purpose, it's the realm of freedom, and it's the realm of, the Greeks would say, telos. There are entities in which the spirit is missing, some banks. There are entities in which the body is missing, for example, banks. Bank or an insurance company is nothing more than a collection of words. We don't produce anything. Nothing material comes out of our factory. And in fact, I would say that this would be your situation as well. Does anybody of you, ladies and gentlemen, work with your hands? Didn't think so. So you only do words. Oh, you do? Okay, what do you do?
I brew the beer.
Huh?
I brew the beer.
He brews the beer, okay. And you earn money by brewing it?
I sell to them.
Okay, nice. So that's about 2%. That's about how the economy also looks like. 2-3% is agriculture. We'll come back to that later. And my thesis is that what you are seeing in the history is something that was born in the body, going through the soul, exiting in meaningful place. So this is how the GDP looks like. Even Czech Republic is 70% soul plane. Only 30%, a little bit more than 30% is manufacture and agriculture, things like these two gentlemen do. And if you actually break down S&P 500, you will discover that just within less than your lifetime, from 17% intangibility of the top American traded firms, or global traded firms, in the year 2020, 90% of the value of these firms was in fact tangible. So we're really seeing a transformation of Kafkian nature where the body of the economy is changing to something beyond recognition. So it all started, I promised you that I'll go really quickly through the history of our species. It started like this, if you recognize the movie. Huh? No, but 2001 Space Odyssey written by Clark, directed by And many philosophers read it like we were happy monkeys not having any philosophical problems, and suddenly we got possessed by a spirit. Now, being possessed by a spirit is something that you know from the movies. It's usually a horror genre, so an evil spirit comes and makes you do things you don't want to do. In our case, it was a good spirit that made us do things such as dress. So we became naturally unnatural. So in this room, I like to tease my audience quite often to ask them, why are you dressed? It's warm enough here for all of us to sit naked. It would be very uncomfortable if we would be sitting here naturally. We wouldn't feel very much ourselves. In fact, we are the only species in this planet that are more themselves with external things. With a stone in our hands, we are more human beings than without it. We are more human beings with a cell phone in our hands than with just our nails. And then the animal possessed by spirit, it could have happened to it could have happened to, I don't know, cockroaches, it could have happened to, or it could have happened to any other animal. It happened to us. And we started possessing things because we got possessed. We started possessing. In fact, today we possess. When I make a movement like this, it is multiplied 100 and 130 times, depending to what I drink. For example, if I take a cup of coffee, I enact a global machine that brings it, harvests it, and I only do the final percentage of the movement. How did we get from this tool to that tool? This is the most famous cut in the history of cinematography. It is a cut that spans 4 million years. And I have still 6 minutes. So anyway, just really quickly, this is what we ate. Our economy ate this since 1800s. And this is the peak. Right now you can see that we are sort of peaking. This picture is not very pleasant for ecological reasons. But the peak in the Western societies, if you zoom in, you see since the 70s that the consumption of oil has peaked. So how did we spiritualize this energy? Well, this is from the time of Jesus. Our GDP was practically, the changes in it were negligible, all the way till 1800, where there was this radical jump in wealth. This is from, again, 1800. And today's poorest region of the world, which is sub-Saharan Africa, is still richer than the whole world combined in 1800. This is how poverty went down from 90% of people literally dying of starvation to today's only 9.6. This is a non-negligible thing that we bought for all this matter of this body that we consumed. We live longer. We have access to electricity, life expectancy, child mobility. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see medical doctors. There are so many things, life satisfaction, the ability to read, the ability to have working hours decline, to the ability to do tourism, the ability to actually sit here and not work and just listen to speeches, which is actually what you do, I'd say 99.9% of your work time. You just listen to words and you give words. This is, if you look at Sweden, you can see how the economy has decoupled from matter. The body consumption of energy has decreased while the value of GDP has increased. So this is the increase of non-tangible GDP. In Switzerland, this was Sweden. This is Switzerland. There, in the last 25 years, the material need of energy dropped by 30% while GDP increased by 70%. This is Czech Republic. Not so nice. And it's possible, this is the example of Poland. Poland is truly a European miracle of some sort. They are still poorer than us in GDP per capita, but their GDP increased so dramatically that it's impressive, while their consumption of energy has only gone up by 20%. While we're here in Czech Republic, what I wanted to show you is the wonderful case of Ireland. In 1990, Ireland started off in exactly or almost exactly the same position like Bohemia, and now they are richer than Switzerland. This is the history of labor. We used to work with our hands under the whip of, this is the King Gilgamesh. This is 6,000 years ago. This is 400 years ago. This is 120 years ago. And this is today that literally that picture was taken in the cafeteria when I was finishing this presentation. So we used to work with our body, then we used to work with our mind, really catering to the machines, and now we're moving into a new realm of spirit. You can see this quite nicely, as I promised. This is agriculture. 75% of the efforts that we needed to do was a bodily effort to feed the body with potatoes, for example. Today we can feed more people with better nutrition and better food, only expanding around 1.2% of our time, space, and energy. And there are other benefits. You can see that the manufacturing is going down. The economy has become so soul-based that it doesn't really matter whether you're male or female, whether you're big, fat, strong, or weak, because our work is no longer with the muscle, but it's in the mind. You can see other supporting factors for that. And you can see this actually quite nicely in the company. So somebody there is actually working, screwing the tires. And there is a whole superstructure of people who don't do anything. They just shift information from one non-existing place to another non-existing place. It's called the management. And then at the top, there is this lady or person who doesn't even drive their own cars. They don't even write their own calendar. They shouldn't even answer their own emails. They are the CEOs of the company. They should be meditating like Master Yoda 2 meters above the ground, just feeling where the spirit of change is coming from and where it's going. And then when they get the illumination that next time we'll make pink suitcases, they tell these guys, and then these guys tell those guys. So if the higher you go in this sort of a pyramid of organizational structure of a company, the less work there is in the traditional sense. And the higher you go, the higher the pay. And this is, in fact, where the whole economy is going. John Maynard Keynes was predicting this already in 1930, that in 100 years, which is 7 years from today, we will end the curse of Adam, and that we will only work as a hobby. So I suppose, if somebody from the Middle Ages woke up today and saw how you work, he would come to the conclusion that you must be just having leisure time. While in fact, if he saw how we are having leisure time, in these torture chambers, running, biking, hunting, plowing, he would come to the conclusion that we are in fact working. This has been substituted by machines. We are in fact the only species on this planet that only wears muscle for decoration. Six-pack is nice to have, but not necessary. This is being substituted, the soul is being substituted by artificial intelligence. So the only evacuation place we have is this spirit, which is also, interestingly, something that Keynes calls, once we will have the building ready in 7 years, which is, by the way, also consequently the year in which global hunger should end. So we are past feeding the body. We are now up to feeding the soul. And this is then, what will we do? We will cultivate life into fuller perfection, the art of life itself, and we will no longer sell ourselves for the means of life. Okay, we are just in the beginning of the Fermi paradox. We are a civilization 0.7. We can't even use the energy that falls on our sun. And within the next 100 or 200 years, Carl Sagan, Michio Kaku, and Freeman Dyson is predicting that this planet will be interconnected into one planetary civilization where we will no longer fight each other, but we will be able to harvest the whole beauty of being able to coordinate these things together. Okay, so in Czech Republic, our body is obese, our soul is obtuse, here I mean bureaucracy, and the spirit is somehow missing, because when you want to talk to the spirits, and you know this from horror movies, you at least have to know their names, so I think it would be fantastic if we got the name Bohemia back. And now, this concludes the end of my speech. And this is actually the same story, only in Czech, for which I apologize. So I'll just forward it all the way to the beginning. And I will leave you with Franz Kafka, with the great and sincere hope that this now makes perfect economic sense. So may the spirit be with you. Thank you.
Tomas, thank you very much for the absolutely awesome first keynote. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a big pleasure to welcome on our stage Robert Ivanschitz from Microsoft, and he will tell you something about the transformative power of AI. Welcome. Yes, clicker is over here. Here we come, and here we go.
Thank you. Here we go. Well, thank you very much. I think it's hard to follow Tomas' presentation, and I hope I will add a little bit of Geist to what I would like to share with you today. So first of all, thank you very much. I mean, I'm looking for the presentation to come. Thank you very much for having us. Thanks to Startup Disrupt. I mean, what I'm going to try to address today is a little bit about a new disruptive technology, which is called artificial intelligence, and to share with you a little bit of our principles and how we approach to that. And I hope that after these 10 minutes, I mean, you will learn a little bit of what we're doing. And thank you again for having us in this beautiful, beautiful place. So let me start first of thanking for being here. And just to share, and I think it really, without knowing Tomas before, there's a couple of things here that when Tomas was doing his presentation resonate to me. And of course, I'm not an economist, I'm just a boring attorney. But I will try to pivot the AI like playground that we have with some additional information. I think that as of today, with everything that's happening in the world, it's right to say, and I don't think I'm overstepping in my own speech by saying that we're facing very unknown times. And these unknown times are basically mostly by our own creation. First, we have inflation around the world, what raising interest rates, so borrowing money, doing a business, for those of you who are in startups, is more expensive. On top of that, we're living in a world that is changing, and it's changing by our own actions, and it's called climate change. And it's also changing by our own actions with all the conflicts that we're witnessing. We have a war next door, we have a war a little bit farther away, but we have a war in our hemisphere, and that is also something that is really disrupting the way we operate. Then second, that really affects the supply. And it's not only a consequence about COVID and about what happened to us as human beings a couple of years ago, but we do have supply disruptions. We have a little bit more of uncertainty in trade. There is a war going on trade between China and the United States, and that is also affecting, the technology world. And finally, we do have an aging population, and those countries that, have or bring in more young people into the world are very far behind in them, or very frankly, are joining the benefit of the new economy. It is said that by 2050, half of the young population in the world will come from Africa. But Africa is not really enjoying the same benefits as other countries, as other continents like Europe or North America. With that technology, and when I was looking to Tomas' presentation, I was looking about the GDP, you will see that the GDP has been flat for most of the history, unless there is a very significant technology event. First, we can start about the printing press and the invention of Gutenberg. Those countries that were the first to adopt, like, for example, the Netherlands, the UK, England at that time, or Germany, they saw an increasing benefit in their lifestyle. Then the steam engine, the revolution, the first industrial revolution in 1698. Followed by electricity, maybe, like the one big thing that empowers everything that we do, certainly technology and the economies we live today. Followed by the telephone, the automobile, and what is really interesting, in the last 50 years, the PC, the dream of Microsoft, the dream of Bill Gates, when he founded Microsoft, it was one PC in every home. The internet really allows us to go beyond our PC and to get connected, like to around the world through the smartphones, and then finally the cloud, which is maybe the most significant revolution of the last 2 decades, if we don't consider AI. And why AI today? Basically, AI is a consequence of everything that you come before. It's more cloud computing, more powerful computers, and then better algorithms and better ability to manage certain data. With that, we're seeing a revolution, and that revolution can really land in many different areas. I don't want to spend too much time here, given the time constraint that we have, but I really would like to highlight that when it comes to AI, it can be a very, very powerful tool, but it can also be a very powerful weapon. And I think that if you open the newspaper today, you can see that there's going to be a lot of push for AI to be adopted, to be regulated, because it can bring a lot of benefits to human society. But there's a lot of valid fears, there is a lot of restrictions, and there is a lot of constraints about whether or not AI will be manageable in the future and whether it's going to bring less ability to build and more ability to destroy. I think we're facing very interesting times. We're firm believers that under the right mindset and under the right set of regulations, AI, it's a tool for good. And you can see certain examples here, especially when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to climate change, and a more affordable and a more renewable energy use. With that, and I was saying is, what should we be doing when it comes to AI? The technology is here. The technology is going to stay. Today, there are a couple of very big tech players, including Microsoft, that are going to the markets with different sort of tools, resources, solutions that use AI. But there is a whole ecosystem that is actually growing and is actually applying to AI. I mean, I will say maybe one of the most significant releases this year, it's all the OpenAI collaboration with OpenAI and Microsoft and with GitHub in terms of how we can build better codes and how we can build better, how we can make writing code much more easy. We believe we need to have an ethical approach to AI. We think we need to be responsible with that, and that really translated basically in those 2 or 3 major actions that we're taking. First, we created a set of principles. We do believe, and everything we do, and we're learning, it doesn't mean that everything we do it going to be perfectly, but I think at least we're trying to learn and trying to implement these principles in everything we do, is that any AI that is launched to the markets needs to be fair, needs to be reliable, and needs to be safe. You don't use a technology you really don't trust. It needs to respect privacy, and it needs to respect the local regulations around the world. I mean, if you're a global company, you really need to be successful. You need to operate locally, and that means you need to apply, and you need to be following the local regulations. You need to be inclusive, meaning that you're not going to create a technology that will able to discriminate against people, against minorities. You need to really have a technology that will recognize and realize that one of the values is to be inclusive. You need to be transparent. You need to understand what you're using. I mean, you're not going to use a technology you don't trust. And in order to trust the technology, you really need to understand the technology. And finally, you need to be accountable. I mean, if you use the technology as it's intended to be used, companies like ours should be responsible to provide you with all the safekeepings and the safeguards that the technology that we will respond when you're using it that way. Not long ago, we released a copyright copilot commitment, meaning that whenever you use AI or whenever you use AI technology, we will defend you if you're using in the way the technology is intended to use by any unintended copyright infringement. For example, you have seen a lot about the Hollywood actors, so you've seen a lot about the photography, who wants content, who wants an image. It is intended that you can only use those images, those copyright, those intellectual property that you're entitled to use. If for whatever reason we're making you use something that is not authorized, then we should be responsible. And others, players in the industry have followed, but we were the first one to announce. And then finally, it's not only about principles. I really would like to spend maybe 30 seconds about the oversight. We do have different entities and different mechanisms at Microsoft to be sure that our words are followed by our actions. We have the Office of Responsible AI, meaning that we will, when we design a product and we design a service or a solution, we will apply these principles. These are very much connected with RACE, which is an entity in the engineering group, so the engineers understand that they need to apply. They cannot create a solution that will end up discriminating. So everything is tried to be connected. There is an investment in people, in resources, in time to try to do it right. Again, I don't think we're going to be doing it right all the time, and we have learned the hard lessons sometimes, but I think we are very open to understand and to apply all the learnings that we can. And finally, I would like to finish my presentation just by identifying certain principles that we're trying to socialize with governments around the world. First of all, we are a private company. There are many private companies. It is not for us to, really suggest a regulation, suggest a policy, but it's our obligation to cooperate and to really partner with governments around the world so we can have a meaningful regulation. And this is exactly what we're doing, for example, here in Europe with the AI Act, which we have been invited and we're participating and trying to understand and to share our principles. Second, in order to do that, we need to understand and respect a very, very broad, different kind of opinions about that matter. This is a new technology, an explosive technology, and disruptive technology, and there's a lot of very strong opinions about that. Second, we need to be doing all of that very responsible. And finally, we do support, like the AI Act, a framework that is based on risk and how we manage risk and how we communicate risk. And finally, maybe the one point that is not included in the slide before is you can't do that alone. If there is one learning is that the private-public partnerships are important. The way you communicate with governments is important. The way you communicate with audiences like this one, it's important. Last week was a very important week for everybody who really follows AI. First, we have the declaration in the United Kingdom, the Blakely Declaration about safety and AI. Second, the Biden administration, the White House issued a code of conduct, an AI executive order. Given the dysfunction that's happened in the United States between Congress and the executive power, it's impossible to pass a federal law. We don't have in the United States, for example, a privacy law. You have states law, California, you have Washington State, you have Maryland, Delaware, but you don't have a federal code or a federal law about privacy. It's happening the same with AI. So basically what the US government is saying is, if you want to deal with the US government in your procurement, if you want to sell to us, then you need to abide and then you need to follow certain principles, and that principles are the code of conduct. It's a good first approach. It certainly might not be enough, but at least it's a good first approach. And something similar just happened last week on October 30 with the G7 leaders and the declaration of AI, the Hiroshima AI Declaration. So with that, again, thank you very much for having me. In these 10 minutes, I know it's a lot of content. It's very hard to explain all of that in only a very short framework. But if there is a message I would like for you to state is that this adventure that we are now embarking, which is called AI, it's gonna, take a lot of twists. It's gonna take, ups and downs. But at the end, I think after the road and where the road, we're gonna be, benefiting about the value and about the transformation of technology it will bring. So thank you very much, and thanks again for the invitation.
Robert, thank you very much one more time, and we deeply apologize for the inconveniences one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the first panel discussion. It will be held by Lukas Benzl, Director of AI Association, and with his guests, they will discuss the topic of AI in practice. Lukas, please come here. And you can welcome your hosts. We're really looking forward.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's panel discussion titled AI in Practice, Realizing the Potential. My name is Lukas Benzl. I'm the Managing Director of the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, and I will be your host today. Please allow me to introduce our panel of experts, Mr. Martin Rehak, CEO and founder of Resistant AI, Mr. Jan Romportl, CEO of Elin AI and Deep Tech Partner at Presto Ventures. Mr. Ondrej Vanek, co-founder and CEO of Blindspot AI. Mr. Michal Kucera, CEO at Wired Czech Republic and Slovakia. Mr. Jakub Lombersky, Associate Director at MSD. And last but not least, Mr. Ireneusz Gawlik, Director of Machine Learning Research at Allegro.pl. We encourage audience engagement, so please feel free to submit your questions to our panelists via the Slido platform with the event code IU23, like Innovations United 23, and I anticipate a stimulating exchange of ideas and perspectives. Now, without further ado, let's jump right into the first question. So, okay, guys, I believe you had a chance to see the Gartner hype cycle for AI. Is generative AI and foundation models really at the peak of inflated expectations? Martin?
So we are definitely having inflated expectations. Whether it's the peak or not is the question. It can always get worse.
Your opinion, Jan?
Well, I don't believe in Gartner hype cycle. I've always hated it. I think it never worked. If you backtrack it, you see its performance is really bad. But anyway, part of the generative AI expectations are definitely hyped, but it's still gonna grow up. So I don't know, now it splits into multiple dimensions. So something will be even more hyped than it is right now. And somewhere else, we're already seeing like a lot of good progress, like of added value.
Ondrej?
Well, I would say, why do you ask, right? So what's the reason to know this, to identify or classify it, maybe? The question is whether the models are useful, right? And I feel that to some degree they are useful. On the other hand, some people expect too much, so that's the hype. So I would agree with Jan that we are somewhere in between, split it between multiple dimensions.
Okay. Michal?
I believe there is a lot of hype, but this hype is 100% justified. I think that we expect too much, and we will get even more.
So is it a good hype?
I think that we somehow can't imagine where all of this will lead. But we know for sure that something big is going to happen. We just can't fathom how big it will be.
What about MSD?
MSD, I would say that I agree with Jan. I think that, at least from the perspective of the, business cases that we came along, we are getting to the peak. We'll see how beneficial it will be, but there is a big promise. Yeah, so we feel like we are getting there, and overall, I agree with Jan.
Ireneusz?
I also need to agree with Jan. I didn't really like the report. There were quite a few misconceptions, especially about foundation models being a staple of AI and being a workhorse of the solutions that we run on production. That being said, obviously there's quite a lot of hype. There's also quite a lot of misunderstanding, and that's something that worries us, especially in the executive or top management cycle. That being said, I think that generative AI is just such an incredible tool that it's worth the hype.
Okay, keep the microphone. I have another question for you. I have a huge fear of missing out, huge fear, and I'm the managing director of the Czech AI Association. So how to keep pace with the rapid evolution of AI technologies? How do you do it?
Well, so it all depends on the level of depth that you're interested in. But I think that still AI is happening mostly within the research community, and there's incredible progress happening in commercial labs. So looking at everything that gets published from these commercial labs, that's something that helps to keep up. I also think that going the old way, following conferences, looking what is being published, that's the way to go. That's obviously not suited for business people, but I think that this is the best way to be up to date.
Okay, what about Jakub? And take the second microphone, please. Just if it works, I don't know, but it's going to be better.
We can keep the red one here.
Okay.
Red team, yellow team.
We can accommodate. I'll keep the yellow one. Yeah. So if you don't mind, we'll keep it in our corner. For us, it is essential, to know what you want to get. So the question was, for us, essential thing is research, for example. If you would like to keep up with the pace, it is essential to invest into the research in general. and to even know what is your expectations. Yeah, of course, if you have lower expectations, it doesn't have to be necessarily that important for you, but in general, research in AI in general is a key, in my opinion.
Okay, what's your advice, Michal? Read Wired?
Obviously read Wired, that's one thing. But in general, for me, it's just staying informed and don't lose the fun in it. Because right now we are in the beginning. It's like having your first iPhone and looking at the first apps, and maybe you were just playing some game or something. But gradually you found out more and more tools which helped you to improve your life. And it's the same with AI. In the beginning, people just play with it and they create pictures and they maybe create some copy for a website. And only a few companies really find a great use for it. But this will definitely change. And if you stay in the game, then you will find out how to play it better in the next years.
Ondrej?
Red team starting. I would say that the answer depends on who is asking, right? So there are different people.
From the business point of view.
From the business point of view. Okay, so some of the companies who are very technologically focused, they should keep attention, invest heavily, and get the knowledge as much as possible of it. Some other companies, I think, struggle with keeping up because they lack the technological resources. So then I think it's useful to get a technological partner who understands that, right? And then some companies might get totally disrupted by the introduction of, say, the foundational models. And then the question is whether to follow, whether it's a hype or not, or actually start looking for additional business model.
That's a great advice. What about you, Jan?
I'll try to be maybe unorthodox here. So if you're a business person and you want to really keep up with the things, then just stop reading LinkedIn, stop reading Twitter, just get out of the...
What is Twitter?
Okay, yeah, the new thing that must not be named, the Voldemort part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so stop reading the Voldemort network. Then it's like, there are like lots of AI bros trying to, get their own publicity on like creating FOMO and basically feeding on your FOMO. So the best thing you can do to yourself is to just stop for a moment and take a deep breath. And you're not gonna miss anything. You're just gonna be more kind of relaxed and cognitively more powerful than just be on that FOMO bandwagon. So don't worry.
Do you agree, Martin?
Yes, most people talking about AI don't really know a lot about AI. That's the first statement, I think, where I agree with Jan. The second statement I would make is that concentrate on your business. If you are a business person, you need to know what are the parts of your business that you can transform using AI, where you can do the biggest impact by basically changing the jobs and lives of the most people. And then apply AI in that space. Do one thing, do it right, and do it where it matters for you, not where someone tries to convince you on LinkedIn to do something because it's the latest trend. Just do what matters to you.
That's a great kickoff for my next question. What is the biggest misconception about AI that you encounter in your work, like during this year or?
I think it's in the name, it's the word intelligence. For me, it's not intelligent yet, and there is a big debate whether it could ever be or not. So it's artificial transformation. Right now, what we can do with large language models and generative AI is we can pass from the structured to unstructured and vice versa. We can have a conversation, but you can have conversations with idiots without noticing for a long time. And I'm a little bit afraid this is what we are doing with AI.
What about Jan? What is the biggest misconception from your point of view?
There are lots of them. Like from the very lay public, the biggest misconception is that when they talk to ChatGPT, that there is somebody really there, to the degree that they think that it gets tired in the evening, and you should not talk to ChatGPT in the evening because it gets tired. But from like a lot of like even expert community, I think that the big misconception is that language models are a source of facts or knowledge or chatbots or something like this. Like language models are prisms, like optical kind of optics through which you look at the world, and it compresses the world. It basically probabilistically predicts how the world is going to unfold, which is a superpower that we humans have. And it brought us here. It basically simplifies our ability to learn and orient in the infinitely complex world. And we're giving this to non-biological entities. So my worry about the AI safety is about there. If we create reinforcement learning mechanisms that model the world through the prism of language models, we really cannot be sure what's going to happen. So this is my concern. And this is a misconception that people think it's like super safe to do language models. I don't think so.
What about blind spot AI?
So what we often see is that the businesses that are struggling now are hoping that application of AI is going to save their business. And I would tie that answer to Martin's previous answer to focus on business. AI is not going to save your revenue. It can boost it for sure, as well as profitability, but only when the business is doing well already.
Now the yellow team.
For me, one of the biggest misconceptions is that AI will make everything better, that it will improve the world. I mean, it's entirely possible, but we don't know. And I think that AI is nothing but a tool. It's like a hammer, and you can use the hammer to, I don't know, like hammer a nail, or you can use it to hit someone. You know, it's all about the purpose, and it's still humans who will want it to, you know, like give the purpose to the tool. So it won't automatically improve the world unless we really want it to.
I see it is a little bit difficult to be at the end of line because I couldn't more agree with all gentlemen. So definitely, yes, you know, for me the biggest and the misconception is really connected to the, like seeing at the, or looking at the large language models as a central, you know, knowledge of the universe. And like expectation, it will automatically answer all the questions. So yeah, we keep like hearing a lot of questions like why it is, you know, aware of things till 2021 and stuff. And yeah, I couldn't agree more that, you know, this should be like a pane of glass that is allowing us to see more, but we need to, you know how to use the hammer or how to use the tool correctly. So this is it. Also, like as for everyone who was like ever part of any kind of hype, for me it was big data, it was Internet of Things in my past, so this is common. It is a lot of expectations. And of course, this is also like a misconcept that, you know, it will ultimately solve every single problem in the world. And of course, as every single tool, it needs to be used properly. So if you like to get something out of it, and if you like to improve our work, our lives, we need to know how to use it in a clever way.
Ireneusz?
So I guess I'll just underline using the tool properly. I see that, especially speaking of workplace, as we are creating products which are based on AI, especially with Gen AI, we are getting to the point where AI is being perceived as a commodity. And the issue with that is that creating products which are based on AI is not the same as creating any other products, especially it's just not plain software engineering. Still, you need to understand how to validate the solution, how to make sure it's safe, it's working correctly in all the corner cases, do automated validation, do validation with human in the loop. So all of the steps that apply to the typical life cycle of AI product development still apply, even though we get to see AI as commodity, which as of now it simply isn't.
Okay. Let's start with the next question in the middle, because I know that Blind Spot has a lot of interesting proof of concepts and case studies. So, Ondrej, what do you consider to be the most promising use case for AI in your field or in business in general today? Give us something.
Something interesting, right? So we are in business of services, so helping other companies apply some technology from the AI umbrella to make their businesses and lives better. What we are seeing is quite ambitious applications of large language models. Some of them are inflated expectations, some of them are very nice, and we were skeptical at the beginning that it's possible to do, but when we see the power of large language models, we are surprised ourselves. So that's the first thing, that the expectations are not that hyped. at this moment. What I feel is that at this point, AI can be applied to some social or psychological issues and challenges, which was surprising for me personally. And actually, this, let's say, interaction with computer and the anthropomorphing of the computer is well-known fact. And the people, the clients or the end users are getting or are adopting a real relationship with a persona modeled by the GPT. So I think this is a whole new chapter which opens up both the dangerous piece as well as the useful fact. And these projects are super interesting.
Jan, Ondrej mentioned some of the social or mental health use cases. Maybe you have probably something to add, right?
Quite incidentally, we do, yeah. The startup that I founded is focusing on improving mental well-being. Where I can see what's happening right now in the society is that, like, the vast majority of people is basically their minds are intoxicated by cortisol. It means like people are exposed to continuous anxiety, feelings of helplessness and feelings of loss of control, which leads basically to breaking down of their mental models of the world. And it's really dangerous for the future. Why this is happening is that we are in a completely new informational setup, in a really societal setup, global society with huge information coming in, and we run it on tens of thousands years old hardware, which is our physical beings. So I think that it's inevitable that in order for us as humans to survive in this world, we just need some kind of technical enhancements that, coupled with our mind, with our cognition, make us more fit to the current environment. So I think AI is the enabler for such kinds of technologies.
What a great insight. Martin, can you uncover some use cases?
So actually, let me disagree with Jan's insight. Ooh. Let's make it fun. I think it's a good ambition, but it's probably going to not end up with a good outcome. Because if you remove the feeling of unhappiness, feeling of anxiety, feeling of willing to change, and you overdo it, and you make people too happy, they lose the ambition.
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. We are not gonna remove that. It's even not possible. It would be maybe with some pharmaceuticals. What we're trying to do is just basically to decrease the unhealthy level of cortisol that basically cripples your ability to rationally function in the world. It's not like creating artificially happy people. Like, the unhappiness is really a good motor, driver for many things. And so definitely you're right, we must not overdo it.
So we have just spoiled the secret MSD plan for the world takeover. I'm just smiling here, and as a representative of a pharmaceutical company, I can't comment on this. So. Yes. Yeah.
Ireneusz, any interesting use cases or case studies from Allegro?
Well, so I guess that we all see the continuous improvement happening with products in across a range of industries. When it comes to Allegro, obviously we are using AI both in terms of increasing productivity, so what we call enterprise AI enablement, but the most important application is customer-centric AI, so making sure that we present the best content, that we allow users to find the content they are looking for, to find the product that they're most interested in. And I see that there's going to be a huge disruption, especially in commerce when it comes to findability. So these old interfaces we are all used to, for example, search, it's going to change. That's why we see so much interest in new search interfaces in big tech. I especially look forward towards multimodal interfaces that can understand both conversation, voice, text, visual signals, it's all coming. And just touching to what was already covered by colleagues, I think that the most thrilling application of Gen AI especially is going to be having, second self in all the duties that you have. Omni-knowledgeable person knowing about your world, your duties, your tasks, helping you with everything that sort of overloads you now. Possibly also helping with your mental health. Why not?
That leads me to my next question. How do you think AI will change the customer experience in the next 2 years? You mentioned something, but that's today's situation, So in 2 years, am I gonna just think about the thing I want to buy and it arrives to my home, or?
Well, so definitely there's going to be a huge change. I'm not saying that there's going to be some mind reading interface helping you to shop. Probably not. But coming back to what I just said, I think that there's going to be a huge change when it comes to interfaces, how we interact with commerce, especially online. I'm totally looking forward to see chat-based interfaces, multimodal interfaces. But that's just one part of customer service. Also, customer experience as we define it, being able to reach out to customer service specialists. We do automate quite a lot of communication with customers in Allegro, and we see that first of all, it helps us scale. We can handle way more requests in a better fashion, but we also see growing NPS. So basically, people prefer solutions which are automated because they give you immediate answers. So these are just some basic examples. I think that we will just gonna see quite a lot of this continuous improvement in all of these areas.
Do you agree, Jakub?
I would say that I agree. I think that this is already happening. If you consider how we are interacting these days, even with e-shops and stuff, how we are interacting with our cell phones and stuff. So this is already a little bit there. Yeah, so I think this is already happening. So.
Michal?
I also agree with the guys. I mean, this is already happening. But also, I think that AI will act as a sort of an equalizer in this field. Because, for example, right now, all the large companies like Allegro, Alza, Amazon, they have like billions of data. And they have all rooms of data analysts and guys who just decode it and who will tell you like what you want to buy, as you asked in the beginning. But I think that in the near future, thanks to AI, these tools can be readily available even to smaller companies, to mom-and-pop shops. And so it will be a little bit more difficult for the big guys just to dominate the market.
Ondrej?
So I'm quite frustrated with customer experience and the products we have. So let's use the 2 years to push it as much forward as possible. I'm frustrated in 2 dimensions, right? So one is the lack of personalization. When I visit an e-shop, I see pretty much the same products, maybe sorted slightly differently, but that's it. I would love to have like Allegro of Ondrej. And there'll be only like my products I want to buy, I'm thinking about, and maybe some upsell you want to do, right? So the e-shops are quite far. When you go to cars or even further, it's like the personalization is not there, and the like pushes in the dimensions are marginal. So like let's push for personalization. Now the large language models should make it easier. The second frustration is the era of chatbots, pre-LLM, and now, unfortunately, accented by LLMs. I don't want to use my 4K monitor to write text. Like I have a huge resolution, huge screen, and I would chat with someone or tell someone what to do, just use all the user space which is available for the interaction. And I'm afraid that now with the LLM hype, many companies will like bias their interaction with the customers towards text-based or voice-based interaction, which is super inefficient from my perspective. So that's a call for help. Don't do that.
Jan, what's your vision of customer experience in 2 years, let's say?
There's not too much to be added, but I agree with Ondra that large language models, and it's actually related even to the previous question, are really good inference engines over sparse data, that they kind of learn some kind of common sense. So if you are a retail, like an e-shop, that does not have millions of interactions per day and millions of customers and millions of products like Spotify has or I don't know, Amazon has, and if you're just a regular, maybe Czech retail, then you're basically missing, you've been until this moment basically missing the data to train your models for the real personalization. But if you put a living shop assistant there with the common sense, then the shop assistant would just observe the customer and then he or she would say, oh yeah, it should be this way, and it's probably correct. Now large language models basically kind of latently represent this kind of common sense, so it can help with the personalization. But I still am frustrated with maybe too much dehumanization of that process. And in some cases, I'd really like to have like a real living person in there. And that's maybe gonna happen.
So, to me, from the customer standpoint, it's quite frustrating to talk to the big bureaucracy or organization that wants you to do X and you can't do X. And we can see this in all of the fields of our lives. So making that disappear or making it less frequent or having ChatGPT to do it in your stead could be quite a big change, and it could be quite positive. Basically, that's one thing. The other thing is that the value of such bureaucracies is going to diminish. So one of the possible outcomes is that we will see a growth in small company power and economic might at the expense of large bureaucracies that where scaling has been their core skill, but suddenly it's not an advantage anymore. Being big may not be so important anymore.
We mentioned a lot of things like personalization, customer experience. Let's discuss explainable AI, because a lot of people see AI something like a black box. They don't understand how it works. But explainability is really important when it comes to regulation and so on, so on. So how to implement it? Is it even possible?
So we do it because we build AI systems that protect other AI systems from people, and ideally we send those people to jail. And courts typically ask for evidence. So we have to explain. The average user doesn't care. If the system is doing what you want as a user, and unless it's failing, you don't want explanation, you just want it done and you want it to be done with. When it fails, it becomes important. So it must be either good or explainable, but in that case it's going to fail anyway.
Jan, what's your opinion?
I think what we really need, and it's a matter of like really biggest AI safety issue, is that we need some way of so-called like mechanistic explainability of large language models. We really need to know how they really represent what they assume about the world and maybe about their goals. And it's a problem about as difficult as mechanistic explainability of human brain, because you might talk to a psychopath and he might be explaining himself like in like a very plausible chain of words, completely deceiving you. And this could be happening to like systems based on language models. It's actually even like deceptive agents are more likely than the non-deceptive one. So we need to get something like, maybe something along the lines on what you're working like adversarial AIs, trying to crack into the other AIs and read their mind, basically. That's mechanistic explainability. Without those, I would not go beyond GPT-5. It's very dangerous.
I'm wondering how to append on this, but when it comes to explainable AI or in general, for me it is always like opening like a big question mark in my head, because people tend to forget that this is all about data that needs to be on the beginning and it needs to be analyzed well. And it basically works at the end in a way trash in, trash out. So, and large language models, as we are describing them, and generative AI in general, are at the end probabilistic tools. Yeah. So if you provide data that is somehow not well defined, that are not good, the probabilistic tool can even make it worse. So this is very important to keep it in mind that analytical part is always the key to get the correct result at the end if you are applying any kind of explainable AI. So this is probably what I might append. Yeah.
I'll take a bit more low-level perspective to the top topic of explainability. Why do we even want explainable models? Well, so back in the days when researchers looked at models, especially neural nets, and tried to understand why, for example, vision models, deep neural nets work, it was all about looking at different layers, activations, seeing that there are some shapes that these networks recognize, and we also recognize it, and it was quite stunning at the time. But still, researchers really wanted to have that rigorous framework that would allow to sort of frame mathematically explainability in neural nets. And it seems that there's no such thing, especially now as we are moving forward towards these massive models. I guess there's no ambition to really have that rigorous framework for explainability. That being said, it looks quite impressive that large language models can actually explain themselves, showing some level of understanding of world and the task that the model faced. So it sort of brings it closer to humans, and we don't really also try to rigorously understand how human brain works and to bring that part of explainability to it. Also from the business perspective, having tens of applications of AI in our company, I don't really see that much need for explainable AI outside of decision-making. Where decision-making happens, you need explainability. But if you want to handle customer service, or maybe you want to handle search requests and provide the best results there are, you don't really need to have that explainable.
Okay, just a friendly reminder for our audience, you can still submit your questions via Slido platform with the event code IU23. And I have a final question for you guys, and final challenge for you. It's kind of difficult to find the sweet spot between innovation and regulation. So is it even possible from your point of view? And give us one example of regulation that doesn't make sense from your point of view. Ireneusz, you can start.
I'm unsure whether I would give an example of regulation. However, I think that looking at how regulations are being created, especially AI Act, it seems that there's quite a lot of understanding that companies working on AI need to be involved, and that's a great thing. So I think that finding the sweet spot really depends on having that public engagement. All the companies, researchers, academic world, and regulatory bodies, we should all cooperate to make sure that the regulations fit the world that there will be in just a couple of years. Yeah, I just hope that we're going to end up with regulations that won't stop us, especially in comparison to innovation happening on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean.
Jakub?
I'm wondering actually how to react on this or how to answer. I think the regulation itself is important because as it comes with every hype, companies tend to jump blindly into the generative AI, not knowing the potential consequences. And this is like potentially connected to the loss of reputation, exposure of their internal data and so on. So of course it needs to be regulated so we protect potentially others who can end in a difficult situation. So I agree. And of course, it shouldn't stop the inventions. It shouldn't, be something that will be blocking the inventions. I think it is mainly a lack of experts who are, setting these, guidelines or regulations, setting these regulations. This is maybe why it is seen as a potential, blocker at some point. But in general, I agree that the regulations are important.
Michal?
I'm just wondering how realistic this is, because my original background is in law, and I worked in government affairs sector of a large company, and I know how these regulations are made. And just the thought of the guys in the parliament writing something regulating AI just gives me shivers, and I really don't want it. And the thing is that right now it may make sense, although it's not very practical. But I'm thinking that once we get to general AI, which will happen, it's just a matter of why. Like, how do you want to regulate something that's way smarter than you are? And this is something that we need to think about better soon than late.
Ondrej?
So when I observe the discussion of people much more educated and involved than me, I'm lost because they are actually polarized. So different people are calling for different set of actions. And they spend much more time on that, but they have their own agendas, so some things are possible to interpret. So I don't have a clear understanding, not understanding, but clear, let's say, recommendation with respect to regulation. But if we perceive AI as potentially powerful as, let's say, virus modification or gene editing, these are strongly regulated activities, right? And how they are regulated? Many laws and papers, but also sandboxes. So I think this is one way where we might try to agree to put the most advanced things into sandboxes or aquariums to develop them there to some degree safely and hope that the smarter AI will not outplay us.
Jan?
Okay, you asked for a bad regulation. I think one of the examples of outright bad regulation was Italy banning ChatGPT. That was like outright stupid. On the other side of the spectrum, relatively good regulation from my point of view is the very recent executive order by President Biden. And AI Act is somewhere in between. I don't think it's like badly written. I don't think it's bad per se, but I'm afraid with the EU AI Act that it's going to be executed by the most stupid and incompetent bureaucratic machine that will really kill everything. On the other side, like executive order, what they're limiting, well, the most important part about the executive order in the US is the upper bound limit on compute. It basically says that you must not train the models that require more than 10 to the power of 26 flops for the training of the model. Nobody has ever trained that model. Prediction markets are saying it's going to happen about 2025. But that sounds like a very, very reasonable upper limit. And beyond that limit, it's like really messing around with very dangerous stuff. And so I think it's like strict enough, don't ever train anything bigger than 10 to the power of 26 flops. And below that, just do some stuff and do good reports. I think this is one of the possible ways. And maybe if I can maybe just say, AI regulation actually like done well, like AI safety discussions, like happened last week in Bletchley Park. I think this can have like a very good impact on general geopolitical discussions. Because if you recall how many touch points there were between Soviet Union and United States back in the era of Gorbachev and Reagan, it was discussions about nuclear weapons, about submarines, about space weapons. Now where are the touch points between China and US? Almost non-existing. So if Bletchley Park, an AI safety issue, brought to one table Chinese top officials, US top officials, and Elon Musk who didn't behave like a prick, then it was like a big, good news for the world, actually.
So I'll take the one point you said, AI Act was somewhere in the middle. It's not completely stupid, but it comes from the wrong angle and it comes too soon. Because right now we don't know what is dangerous. The whole part about generative AI models was basically just put in there in one go as something that was written by one or two people very quickly, because it suddenly became the topic that interested people. So we are legislating potentially the most transformative part of the economy before we know what are the risks and why are we legislating other than fear. And to your point about industry bodies influencing the legislation, this is what's happening. Many of the traditional industries know that they will be disrupted by the AI. If you are a big bureaucracy and if your livelihood depends on people being inefficient, and there is plenty of stuff like that in Europe and in the US, AI is threatening to you and he will want to make it slow. He will want to call the system high risk and he will want that banned because it's about you and your money. And we see this in the AI Act.
Thank you very much. Now let's take a look at the questions from the audience. I will pick the most voted one. How do you personally use AI most often? Just a brief answer, guys. Do you use ChatGPT or?
Yeah, for my part, it's GPT-4, U.com search engine, and Copilot. GitHub Copilot when I code.
Our own system. So.
I don't use AI that frequently, to be honest. I play with GPT.
You don't believe it, right?
Well, the added value for my personal space, not that high, but again, like some clever assistants which are wrapping the technologies are useful for me.
Personally, I use AutoGPT most of the time, and DALL-E for pictures.
Yeah, for me it is like similar, like with others. It's the GitHub Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, and ChatGPT in general.
Well, I'll take a bit of a different angle to that question. So I do use ChatGPT as well. I don't code that often these days. Probably I would use code generation too. But I'd say that I use AI solutions all the time, taking a photo on my iPhone, replying to emails, using automated speech recognition, browsing the web, shopping. It's all AI powered. We need to realize that there's a bunch of AI algorithms in there, and they're helping all the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is up. It's been an awesome conversation. Let's give our speakers a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you very much.
Let me thank you one more time for the great first panel discussion, and we can continue in our program. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage Ivo Denemark from Czech Invest, and he will tell you something about the future for innovative Czech startup, which is probably here already. Ivo, where are you? Over here. Perfect. Welcome on stage. If you need a clicker, please find it here. Yeah, all of the microphones works.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivo Denemark, and I'm the director of Venture Investment Division in the Czech National Innovation Agency, Czech Invest. And I would like to briefly introduce you to the future for innovative technological Czech startups. I'll be talking about our project called Technology Incubation that we run on our agency with the funding from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. But before I start talking about our project and the startups, I'll briefly tell you something about Czech Invest as the National Innovation Agency. So as you can see on the C over there on the left side, Czech Invest does many things, but they have one thing in common, and that's innovation. From all of our agendas, from startups to investments and attracting foreign direct investments, have this one thing in common: to try to push Czech Republic further down the line of the production cycles, and to make Czech Republic more innovative, more competitive, and let's say richer as well. Since 2011, Czech Invest supports startups. From that, we have been helping to hundreds of startups with their internationalization, with the development of their products, and attracting investors, both domestic and foreign. So, what is our project Technology Incubation? The aim of the project Technology Incubation is to support more than 250 technological or technologically innovative startups from various fields that I'll be mentioning in the next slide. And this support is tailored for the technology founders who are in the pre-seed state, because it is one of the biggest weaknesses of the local incubation and innovation network, that if you have some innovative startup that has technology and you are going to ask first angel investors, they will usually, and this is what we heard both from the investors and from the startups, they say, oh, that's a great idea, let's develop it a bit further and we will talk more. So there is not enough brave venture capitalists or brave angel investors ready for the pre-seed in these early stages for the deep tech startups. And this is the gap that we are trying to fill, to help bring new generation of Czech founders with the innovative technology solutions. The sectors that we are aiming to support are various. They are identified according to the innovation strategy of the Czech Republic, and there are sectors where we see very big potential, but also the knowledge base needed for these sectors. They come from space industry, ecological solutions, creative industries, artificial intelligence, or advanced technology and materials, because after all, we are one of the most manufacturing-oriented countries in the European Union. So what do we offer to the startups? There is a variety of the things, but most important for the young founders is the initial funding. We offer up to 5 million Czech crowns to develop the product further and to reach the point where it is already prepared, already has initial traction, in order to attract investors. Also, we are providing the startup networks. As I said, Czech Invest has supported hundreds of startups in the Czech Republic in the past decade, and we are connecting the upcoming and new tech stars with the startups and companies that we helped to internationalize in the past. This is one of the biggest support they appreciate. Also, we are helping to connect them with the incubation centers throughout the whole Czech Republic. And we also have benchmarked the innovation centers throughout all regions of the Czech Republic, so we can connect the right startup with the right incubation center. And there's many more. Beside just the incubation, we are also running sectorial hubs. What does it mean? With the hub, each hub has their own representative. And the director of this hub is not responsible for running the incubation. He's responsible for networking. So for example, the director of AI Hub, his job is basically to connect the companies that need AI, companies that already are in the AI businesses, with government institutions, with the startups from the incubation, but also with the local innovation centers and universities. So there can be more cooperation. The potential of all of these areas can be utilized. The same applies to the Space Hub, same applies to the Mobility Innovation Hub, because the big companies need to be connected with the startups throughout somebody who is trustworthy, neutral, like a government agency, but also we, as Czech Invest, as a government agency, we're ready to connect the state users and state actors with these others. And that's why we are running these hubs. The application process, if you are interested or you have a solution, we are also having a booth of technology incubation downstairs, so ask our colleagues, but how do we choose the startups? Basically, there's multiple steps. It's not unlike the VCs when they are accepting their offers, the pitches, and so on. In fact, we also, in our evaluation committee, that's number 5, the Czech VCs are represented, they are present, but we are also running as members of committee. We are accepting the people from the technology side of view from the universities. In our evaluation criteria, we are focused on 3 main things. First is innovativeness. Basically, is this solution new, at least on the European level? Is the solution scalable? It means it's not just based on a direct service or something. And also the feasibility of the product is something quite clearly needed. If we see these 3 criteria done, we are trying to accept the startup. As I mentioned, we also are running the Incubation Plus, because most of the startups that we accept in the program get only limited support of 50,000 euros or 1,700,000 Czech crowns for development of their product, but also some of the more investment demanding projects can get up to 200,000 euros, which is actually the minimum allowed from the state support to be given to the private entity. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we'll be downstairs with our booth, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you very much, Ivo. That was really great timing. Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Martin Sladecek from Komerční banka, and he will split the tea about AI in banking.
Hello. Let's check the technical. Yeah, looks like it worked. So, hello everyone, coming from KB, and I was just wondering, few minutes ago, what it could be the AI for you, because I think it was a little bit like scientific, maybe intangible, but let's think a little bit more tangible how it could be to you. And when I'm thinking about AI, by the way, did Robert just before me mentioned Bill Gates? Hey Siri, does it work? Maybe like this. Hey Siri, start me up by Rolling Stones.
Now playing the Rolling Stones.
Should be. Doesn't work. It's true, like Bill Gates' experience. So that's great. And something like this is AI to me. When I'm asking for something, sometimes it happens, sometimes not. Sometimes it's answering correctly, sometimes not. So we should clearly think whether it works or not. But for us, the bank, it's a little bit different. We should be absolutely certain that things works well. Maybe you remember 2 years ago, this great unveil by Elon Musk with his Tesla bot. And there was a dancer in costume, but just year by year, it's changed in agile way, as we used to do as well as in banking. So through the development platform, testing first prototypes, just exploring how it should evolve, and then there is standing something like that, Tesla Optimus. And if you saw latest videos, it's possible for it to walk, to learn from human. even like to copy the human when the human is walking. And the vision isn't really like small. Imagine that something like that will cost roughly 20,000 of US dollars. And it won't be a member of unions, for example. It will work all the day, all the night, and probably instead of someone of us. Maybe, maybe not. Are you afraid of AI? Some people are afraid of poverty, unemployment, even like loss of connection with the world around us, because maybe it will just flood us with something. There will be possibly a huge change in society, and maybe you are just reminding Terminator and Skynet super intelligence, but maybe not. People used to say that AI will replace human work, probably in some roles, in some disciplines. Very much often it's said like there will be replaced a low added value disciplines or jobs, typically with like routine actions, probably less the emotional intelligence and creativity, but a little bit later I will show you that it's not 100% true. If you are speaking what can bring AI to our clients, like banking clients, users of our mobile apps, internet bankings, and so on, it's definitely the human-like engagement. We can nearly, like a moment ago with Siri, think that there could be someone on the other side discussing with us. Definitely the multilingual support is a huge benefit because you can even change your language during your discussion, and AI is just continuing in the dialogue, as well as it enables really complex business logic, which could be pretty dynamic, and it can follow really very complex rules. By the way, it works when the bank is closed, which is great benefit as well. When I followed the advertisement of Société Générale in France, it was mentioned like a benefit, so I had to mention it. But one of the great stuff is definitely the omnichannel experience or enablement, because it's consistent through all channels, with all of its content, with all of its data about the bank, the world, about me. And by the way, if you are disabled or anyhow limited, it can follow your limitations. So this is how you can, for example, try to convince ChatGPT to be rude on you. If you convince the app that you struggle with some ability or limitation that you need to get a rude answer, it will answer you in that way. For us as banks, it's as well as very beneficial. It can help us prevent the fraud. It can allow us to be better compliant with the latest regulation and legislation, which is dynamically changing through the time. It helps us with analytics, automation. It increases the customer experience, and definitely it allows us to bring up new models. And if you think that AI is something like very new or maybe just came yesterday, it's not like that. Already 3 years ago, 6 from 10 banks already implemented some capability based on AI. But if we are speaking about today, definitely everybody is convinced that AI will free up the time or effort of our operators, and we will be able to spend much more quality time with our clients on activities or discussions like advisory or analysis of the life situation, as well as there is a really strong prediction that in just few years, like total majority or nearly total majority of the client to bank interactions will be at least started by AI. And this is nothing like untangible. Even SG has its very like convincing plans, which were unveiled last September by the new CEO. And maybe you think it's still untangible, but there is really like materialized sum behind that. So there are like very specific use cases counted, which should be delivered. But what are these use cases like? Definitely, I mentioned conversational centers, agents, chatbots, voice bots, which can not only serve the external client, the customer of the bank, but as well as the internal staff. We have its own internal call center as well, which is helping every day the branch agent to set up your product pretty well, or even to prepare your new contract in a very comfortable way for them, not only for the client. So it brings high efficiency to our like inner operations. One area which I really like is the connection of AI and IT, or just generally technologies, because a majority of banks struggles with core systems which were originated already like in 1960 or plus or minus, built on programming language like COBOL or Fortran. But people who are experts on that are just going to be retired. And we will have lack of that knowledge and expertise. But AI can help us not only like to keep the maintenance on that, or later maybe replace these, but as well as maybe to transpose that into modern technologies and languages as well. Many people mentioned here content processing. So have you ever tried like to sum up your last Teams meeting with your colleagues or workshop and just ask to get generated your top 3 takeaways, which could be shared later with your team? If not, do it, because it's really something. And last but not least part is the content generation, and we can speak about the client communication, about images, about the brand identity and many others. And as I said, we are the bank. We have to follow the regulations, so I had to mention like the AI Act, which is being now discussed. During the summer, the discussion started in Brussels, and we hope it will end up until 4 to 5 years since today. We've expected some kind of like period in case of PSD2, where all the market and market players will be able to get to that. I see that there is some issue with the formatting, which wasn't, by the way, before. But anyway, let's be even more tangible. So what we empower in KB today? In first big area, there is the part which is touching machine learning, typically predictive modeling. So we use it every day when we are preparing our campaigns, or even insights, when we are thinking what is the next best offer, next best action which could be offered to our clients. As well as it can analyze when client is even not realizing, but probably thinking to soon abandon the bank. So we can start kind of like savior tour to convince the client that we are the best partner for him or her, and prevent client churn. Fraud prevention I already mentioned. And when we are speaking about that other areas like vision and speech AI, we already use the conversion of documents into text, like OCR, transcription, for example, of calls at the call center to the text, which helps later to do a follow-up actions to client needs. Another very interesting use case is with the Komerční pojišťovna company, which is collecting the receipts from doctors. And there is an AI tool which is just comparing that stamps on each of them and trying to find out whether there was some fraud attempt or not, whether the stamp is the original one, the legal one or not. And it works. And last but not least, the part of generative AI, bots and voice bots. Already you can try the bot which is present at the internet banking login site, My Banka. If you struggle with the login procedure, it helps you proactively and navigates you what you can do with that. And pretty soon, we expect, hopefully until the Christmas, there will be a new voice bot at the call center available as well. So, I mentioned that the creativity is not probably something what is threatened, but it could be. We have as well as applied AI in design process in KB, what is pretty innovative and not seen very often. So if you will check up the new offering, so-called KB Plus, the new digital bank of KB unveiled this year, all of that images, all of that brand identity texts, these were prepared with the help of AI within the team, and results were quite impressive. If you are just thinking how much effort you can save with usage or proactive usage of AI tools, it's something. And instead of doing that routine, repetitive work, you can just do more in much more higher quality and with higher added value. I as well as mentioned that in SG there are great expectations, so just one example for all. And as well as you can check it, I think, on YouTube. There is a nice chatbot which is connected to your account, transactional data, all of your product portfolio. And you can even ask much more complex questions than usually, like how much money I have spent, how many I have spent last month in restaurants, or am I prepared well to be retired? And it's checking your product portfolio and giving you some advices what you can do. So here are takeaways in the end. The AI is somewhere there, is here to allow us to serve our clients better because it's helping us to be much more productive and effective. The second one is the trust is the greatest asset what we as banks have. So we have to follow, of course, regulation, keep the eye on data privacy. And last but not least, new professions are being born. And if you would like to get really something what looks like incredibly, just Google the prompt engineering because it seems to get the new black. Thank you.
Martin, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed as we did. And ahead of us is the second panel discussion. The moderator is Michael D. Poisel, and the topic will be about digitalization and beyond, navigating the digital frontier communication. Let's prepare the space for the panel discussion. And as you probably noticed, we are already 30 minutes late, but no worries. It must be part of really good conference. So you make sure that you are in a good spot right now. So welcome, guys. You can come over. And the word is yours.
Thank you, Kate. So thank you everyone for being here today and for having me here. I'm Michael Poisel. I'm the Executive Director of PCI Ventures at the University of Pennsylvania. I work with our faculty to start companies around the research, and so we're on the forefront of all of these new technologies that are happening and trying to help the university to commercialize and maximize the opportunity from these technologies. So we have a large panel today, and I'm going to have each of us go down the line and introduce ourselves. And so then we can start a discussion. We'll start here first.
Thank you very much. My name is Mia Van. I'm the EMEA lead for blockchain and digital assets for consulting services at MasterCard.
Thank you. I'm Adam Skotnicky. I'm CEO of Tycoon Cloud. Much shorter title, sorry.
Thank you for having me. Vlastimil from Lead Speaker here. We automate the work of salespeople.
Hello everyone, my name is Martin. I'm co-founder at Jimmy Technologies. We build products for companies in automotive, mobility, and fintech.
Hello, I'm Michal Fichtner. I'm coming from Continental. Everyone knows Continental like tires producer, but we are producing mainly the entertainment to the car, the display, and so on.
Hello, my name is Martin, Vice President for Product at Kiwi.com.
Great, thank you. So what I wanted to start with was for all of us on the panel to move beyond the buzzwords. Everybody knows them all: AI, blockchain, NFTs, Web3, metaverse, and general automation. But for us as a panel to really talk about how these new technologies are impacting your business and really changing how you operate. So maybe we'll start with Martin on the end and just talk a little bit about how these technologies affect your business, and then we'll have everybody else just jump in.
Okay, so in Kiwi.com, we are not that much impacted by blockchain and Web3 and all the other buzzwords. In terms of AI, we are leveraging, I believe, what is the most common use case, which is chatbot, and some simplification of the interface for the customers when it comes to the inquiries, when it comes to the search. We have a lot of use cases for machine learning, so not necessarily AI or like generative AI, but a lot of machine learning optimizations. And what we have talked with Michael about in the backstage is that we see a lot of opportunities with low-code or no-code automation solutions, which are really helping us a lot internally to cut costs and bring more profitability. So I believe, despite it's not a very common buzzword among the current digitalization trends, I would like to mention because I think these are relevant.
Okay, in our company, as I lead the digital department, that we are really trying to work with puzzles like big data governing, data quality, and make great things and make the decision based on the data. Because for a car producer, for this industry companies, is still, they are having a lot of data, but they sometimes don't use this data correctly, or they still use a pen and paper, and we are trying to transform this pen and paper to digital things. That means for us it's more BI, sometimes AI. We have some few projects for AI, but not too much.
Well, in our case, we get in touch a lot with AI, blockchain, big data, and so on. In terms of automotive and mobility, AI is basically key, let's say, brain of mobility services. For example, matching algorithms, matching drivers with passengers, trying to find the most suitable and effective ways or routes for transportation and so on. In terms of automotive, we know autonomous driving is evolving right now. It's probably the future. With EV, we are trying to, let's say, with AI, learn about the batteries and how to keep the long ranges and keep them healthy and so on. In terms of fintech, we work more on the side of traditional banking and fintech services or financial services. So blockchain is not very our expertise. So we don't get in touch much with these like buzzwords there.
So let me put it this way. If you would jump on a time machine and meet me a year ago, I would not believe what's possible today. So last year in October, I would not believe it's happening right now. So for us, we've replaced 35 people with a couple of technologies. All of them are related to AI. It's text embeddings, it's large language models, and yeah, it's work that actually people didn't want to do. So, reading websites, summarizing them, finding companies which are look alike other ones. So yeah, it's changing the business a lot. And of course, low code. I would not believe you that I'm able to code, and now I'm able to do some basic stuff on my own. I think that's pretty, like, future is now.
All right, for us, there's two angles in it. So first angle is that we built our own AI assistant as everybody else. It's not chatbot though, it's like automatic suggestion machine, let's say. But it analyzes some technical or complicated technical environment as Kubernetes is, and suggesting people when they do mistakes automatically how to resolve them. And second thing that also, as a nature of the company, we're doing platform engineering and DevOps platform for enterprises, telcos, banks, and so on. We also helping them to host their own AI and other machine learning and other stuff into the platform as simple as possible, basically, that they are really able quickly to develop AI application or chatbots or these machine learning programs, and we're helping with the infrastructure on top of public and their private clouds. So that's the AI. About blockchain, we wanted to use NFTs for certifications, but in the end we gave up and we sending PDFs. But it would be nice case for us, nice to have thing.
So for me, I come from a consulting services perspective. And we've seen a dramatic change in terms of how our clients and even us, we can leverage NFTs for certain capabilities. So last year, NFTs was like very big in the art scene, but this year we've seen a lot of use cases in utility. So for example, ticketing and loyalty and rewards. So this is like a lot of sports clubs, they're looking at tokens, they're looking at how to engage fans. So there's a lot more use cases from that perspective. But of course, blockchain as a whole, there's a lot of opportunities for us to use this. And we'll see more and more developments from not only the payment side, but also embedded finance, new use cases that we haven't even thought about. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities.
Great, and maybe just for the panel in general, how do you see these technologies impacting your business going forward? Maybe look out into the future a little bit and talk a little bit about maybe first the opportunities that you see, and then next after that we can talk about the challenges. But what opportunities do you see for your business in ways to utilize these technologies, maybe that you haven't yet started on or that you're thinking about, but where do you see this going and for your business and maybe even for society in general?
So let's go back.
So for me, like I work more with the blockchain side. There's definitely a lot of opportunities for cost efficiency. So some of the main use cases for blockchain is for ownership, authenticity, cost efficiency, democratizing various aspects of finance, like for example, tokenization of real estate. So I only see these cases growing and growing and becoming a little bit more mass adopted as more companies look into it and how this might pertain to their particular business units.
All right, so some practical impact is definitely that both parts of our company, in the engineering one and also the sales one, heavily now depends basically on generative AI for generating text or snippets of codes, and also for faster prototyping. So it's much faster, you much quickly have something, some MVP of some product or some idea, because you can just throw it against some generative AI and have some code you can really quickly test. So that's definitely what's happening already. I think the future is that there's a big shift, like OpenAI in the beginning with ChatGPT broke the market because everybody thought like, yeah, there will be just one company providing all the AI, but now the open source models are starting to be really, very strong and appearing basically every week. There's new version which is smaller and smaller and more effective. So even now, even if you are a really small company, you can now run generative AI on CPUs. You don't need any more GPUs, right? So you can use virtual machines for like 20 people. You are fine with a small virtual machine with 12 virtual cores, and you can be fine. So it's really quickly moving forward, and I think for us it's assistant work. So it's offloading the repetitive work from people, and I think that's what will happen in the next years. I don't think it will be self-sustaining, services. And as we talk in the backstage, I think in the future it will be like, now when you're working with system, it's one way, right? You're working with the system and then you observing if it works or not. I think now maybe the system will work back to you if it's what you want from it, if it's practical, or if you did program it well, or if the instructions are in fact correct. So I think that's something with AI we see way forward, and that's why we're trying to be also innovating in the way. That's why we have this assistant in the first stage suggesting, and next stage, sometimes next year, we're also planning that we'll try to mitigate the stuff or give you feedback immediately when you want something, like if it's viable or not, or suggesting how to improve it.
I must agree with Adam. It's every week there's something new and it's making me dizzy. So I don't know where it goes, really. There is a new, better large language models every week, and then suddenly OpenAI makes it cheaper or better. So you don't know if you should be building your own, fine-tuning something which is already out there. So I don't know, but maybe from the user's perspective, I believe we might be interacting with computer differently than it was in the last, 20, 30 years. Basically in past, because I believe in the future you won't be learning every new tool out there, how to change stuff, do things, but there will be your assistant that understand what tools to use, and you just give it a command, like talking like to an assistant, like I'll tell you what you need from me, I'll tell you what I need, and it has access to the tools and it just does the work. So that's my point.
Yeah, from my side, if I focus on, let's say, our business and industries where we work in, so let's say in automotive, there was the first disruption, let's say 13, 15 years ago, when the first cars became online, basically connected to the internet, so we can unlock them, lock them remotely through our smartphones. Since then, it evolved. Now we are seeing cars driving basically autonomously alone. We can call Uber at certain address, and an empty car will arrive for us. There are all these technologies involved, and for our business, we are mostly software engineers. So, for example, when we are talking about AI, I believe software engineers, in order to survive or, let's say, show still the same value as they have now or they had last year, they need to think of the ways how to, let's say, bring another value, some additional value. Because if ChatGPT or another AI tools can generate a code for us or develop a product, then what's the point of paying a person to do it? So I believe let's say the concept of typical software engineer closed somewhere in the basement and doing just a simple code, even if it can be a very nice clean code. I believe it's my personal opinion. These engineers will not survive in the future. So they will need to, let's say, become something as we call T-shaped. So I-shape have deep expertise in one area, that's still the coding, but then have the layer of more general expertise or knowledge. So let's say business, product, user, security, and so on. So they can bring some added value to the customers, not just write a code, but consult them how to build the solution so it's more user-friendly, so it's more secure, have, let's say, background or expertise in certain industry, let's say automotive, how to build infotainment system, and not just the code for infotainment system. So that's the impact I see on our business.
Well, as we produce real hardware for me should be slightly different, or I will don't answer more like ChatGPT and programming and so on. Basically, I like this, but not like this. For us, it's also about how to make the production line and how the production line in the future should work. How you can buy a lot of robots, so you can bring some autonomous vehicles which will bring a material to the production line. But for us, the opportunity and the future is how this will work together, because on one side you can have really digital production system or the lines, it's fully automated, but on another side you need to have the engineers which are typing the programs for the lines. You need to have the people which are somehow saying what to produce there, or you have, for example, the car manufacturers which are sending us some order, what we need or what we should deliver to them. And I think this is complete chain where we are trying to see the future and where we would like to work, or where we are working to really automatize everything in our factory. Because if we on one side will do a really nice data analytic team and the team which will develop some nice application, and the team which will build the robots, and on another side the people in some offices will still work with the paper and put there some mark on the paper, we will be never ever digital, and we can say we are digital factory and we do a lot of things, but finally it will be not. That means for us is this the opportunity how really work with virtual lines, how to make the lines in the future, how to program them without really hardware to have on our hand, and how, for example, speed up the change on the line by digitalization and by some virtualization and some end-to-end simulation and so on.
Benefits are clear, so I would maybe like to mention one specific threat related to generative AI and all those copilots, programming and stuff like that. And this threat is, in my view, the risk of defocus, because it's kind of surprising to me that up until now, when we were doing make or buy decisions in our business, it was pretty easy, right? Like you just calculated the added value, you calculated the cost, and you decided whether you will build it internally or you will buy it from some external company. Today, with the generative AI and all the tools available, it's so easy to build close to everything, which makes these decisions much harder, because yes, we could build our own CRM, we could build this and that, automate this and that, but then it's like really tricky to keep focus on what is the most important thing in our business, to keep focus on the product itself. So that's kind of unexpected threat that I perceive.
So with all of these technologies, one of the big issues that are out there that people are wondering about is automation and the speed of automation. Last year I had the opportunity to spend time with one of the state representatives in the Romanian government who managed the committee called Innovation, Automation, and Quality of Life. And he said the quality of life part was, can we maintain quality of life for everyone in the face of automation, and will everyone have jobs? And will we someday, he certainly wasn't a proponent of this, but it was, will we someday have to think about general income for people without working if we can't provide them jobs? And so it's an interesting topic for all of us in terms of automation and really, I think more importantly, the speed of automation and how that impacts our workforces and our economies across all of the countries. And of course, we had Elon Musk last week saying that it's going to eliminate all jobs. So maybe my question to the committee is, when do I get to quit mine? So if everybody just talk a little bit about automation and how you see it being an advantage or disadvantage.
Yeah, so it can end up, as Elon said, AI will replace us and we will just look at it and do nothing. But I think it's more what I think Adam mentioned. It's important to use these technologies to enhance our work, to make it better, to optimize it, to become, let's say, better and so on, and then focus also on ourselves, how we can develop ourselves, how we can do our job better than AI.
because we live very comfortably right now. We gain some skills and we don't have to do anything the whole life. Very simple. But right now we are threatened. But before there were these revolutions, industrial revolutions and so on. People were also scared they will be replaced and so on. But they just used those tools or machines to make their life better. So I believe if we use it in this right way, it will help us, it will help companies, and as was stated before, for example, in manufacturing on production lines, you can also see right now how engineers who assemble, for example, cars, use the technologies. So they have robots, but robot basically makes the basics, and then a human goes there and, for example, tightens the screws or controls the quality, or robot guides them what they should do. In the summer I was in the Maserati factory, and they basically do manual work, but they have robots and digital devices next to them, and they guide them through the process. So if we use it in this way, I believe we don't have to worry about the future of humans.
If I may comment on this, what's surprising me is that when we were kids, we expected that machines will replace the labor workers, right? But now it seems that it's replacing the knowledge workers. And this is very surprising to me. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think when there was an advancement in technologies in agriculture, everybody thought like what the people were going to do. But yeah, this always brings new opportunities, new jobs that we can't imagine today. So I'm not afraid of this. And yeah, let's see.
I think it's same, right? So globally, our global economic is built on eternal growth, right? We need to grow the economy all the time. And this is another step which will allow us to do that, right? So it is revolution from kind of way that every individual now will be able to produce more added value, right? So the value which is someone else able to consume, digital or physical, right? So in our case, we, for example, saying in our company that we automate 90% of DevOps, SRE, and platform engineers in the companies, and that's not because we want to replace them. That's because there are not enough of them, right? So this is the effect in our case. But I think this will be effect in general. Will it kill some jobs? Definitely, but it will create another jobs, right? For example, the content creation, and we now see that this is speeding up, right? We are able to produce more stuff quicker, cheaper. And that's basically what the global economy is built on, right? So,
well, I say the train is moving, and we can catch them or stay. There will be a lot of jobs which will be ended or quit. They will not survive. But anyway, there will be a lot of jobs which will be new developed or which will come, and it's up to us and up to us to teach our child that they have this opportunity and they can work on something which, well, if I was child, I was never ever thinking I will have smartphone like this, I will make a photo and so on. Now you have it, What will be in 20 years, no one knows. I am saying only one thing, as much as you have. If you buy 1,000 robots, you need to have 1,000 doctors of robots, That means we need to transform our mining and maybe this job which was there hundreds of years already, to something new, and this is the future of us, and it's up to us to drive this change.
So I agree with what everyone has said. So I think the real question is how will we use AI or Gen AI for our new jobs that we're going to look forward to, right? So we'll always be progressing and evolving and growing.
Yeah, we don't have night soul collectors anymore, right? So, and there was a lot of jobs, especially cities like Prague and London and big cities, right? We don't have anymore because of automation of work and mechanization. And same with IT. There were no data center jobs. There were no IT guys, right? 30 years, 40 years back. So it is the same. It will evolve. And people are needed in the economy. If you take a look at the economy, all the value is built on people, right? So thank you for holding the microphone.
That's great. So then I'm curious as to your thoughts in terms of the government and the role of government in all of these new technologies. I know it's a struggle for a lot of people to keep up with all of the change and the changing technologies as they come. I think we can all imagine how difficult that is for our government to also keep up, even just understanding everything that's coming, let alone trying to figure out what they should be doing about it, whether they should be fostering the innovation and keeping up with the curve or trying to hold it back. And I think we've seen that over the past year with ChatGPT. Different governments have reacted very differently to the new technology, some of them trying to slow it down and other ones going along for the ride. But I think we're all sitting here trying to understand how does this impact our world going forward and what role should our government play in helping us to manage that?
Well, I believe there needs to be some regulation, but I would say first government needs to understand this technology before interfering it. And I think that's not the case of the Czech Republic at least, or maybe European Union. So then the question is who should do that? Like voting, like regular people, right? I mean population, probably not because those are also not experts. People who develop it, or let's say people who have the companies, probably also it wouldn't be so smart. So there needs to be some collective discussion. Who will lead it? Probably somebody from the government, but who will be the decision maker? I don't know, to be honest.
I think it becomes an even bigger challenge when you think that there are many countries that feel the responsibility to manage it and regulate it and try to keep it within bounds, but then there will be other countries that see an opportunity to not regulate it and gain an advantage by doing so. And so can a specific government in one country really do much to manage how this technology grows when it's already out there? And it's around the world and global today very quickly.
Well, maybe I will add one word, yeah. You know, in Czech Republic you cannot vote electronically. If you would like to do something somewhere in government, you probably need a lot of papers. Yeah? I think where we need to start is really to change our government, or not to change it, no revolution, sorry, but to change the minding of them and I know, change how they work and how we can work with them, because we still speak about, okay, here is some new revolution of industry. There is a lot of companies which do nice things, but finally our government still they stay and train is moving, yeah? And really it is, they need really to catch the train because this is missing.
I would add maybe also one thing. One thing is government in one country, or let's say European Union, but then what happens on the global, let's say, stage? Because you can see we have some regulations in EU, and American companies have problems to comply with it, cloud companies or Meta and so on. So what happens with the global companies or products when in some country is a regulation? Is it prohibited? How people can access it? They won't access it, and so on.
So I think there's like a delicate balance between providing some sort of consumer and company protection and safeguards, and then also enabling those same companies to be competitive and innovate. So in the EU, we recently came out with the MiCA regulation that was passed in June, and that was kind of in response to a few years ago when we had the stablecoin progression. And the whole idea is that we want to register the company so that there can be some sort of accountability, some information behind who's providing these services, and this is for the benefit for the consumers. But then at the same time, if you think about it, the companies that are registered, it's easier to partner with them because you know that they're within regulation. It becomes more competitive for you to work across Europe as a whole versus each country's having their own individual regulations. So this creates more competitiveness for companies within Europe. And another example is the DPP, so this is the Digital Product Passport. So EU has enforced this regulation whereby product companies have to provide where their products come from, where's the provenance of it. And this is kind of in essence to create some sort of climate compatibility, so climate to accountability. But this also is a benefit for consumers because they can see where their product comes from. If they want to make a sustainable choice, they're able to do that. So I think the regulation piece comes in twofold. So one is for the consumer benefit, but then also it's for the benefit of the ecosystem.
So what about the ethics and morality of all of these changes? How do you see that impacting your businesses in particular, and as a society, what we need to be doing to not just look at our own companies, but across the industries in the world of how do we deal with these changes and how does it impact our society, and even culturally, how we interact with each other. We've all seen that, how social media has changed how we interact with each other. Particularly for me in the United States, we've seen such polarization caused by social media. And so maybe just talk a little bit about how you see this affecting society in general.
There's one. I don't want to comment on the big ethic point of view because I don't feel qualified for that. But there is one story I can share from development of our generative AI, or when our usage of generative AI. So in public services, you are able to regulate it, right? Because you can tell them you should be inclusive, you should not tell this, and you should, and they are able to improve on that, they are able to capture that, and so on. But when you're building something on private, there is, on models, on the transformer AI models we're using currently, there is no break. You can ask and it will answer anything, and it's built on internet, right? And internet is full of misinformation, not accurate information, fake information, and it's all mixed. And so you can ask whatever you want, from history, from future, from whatever, and it will answer. And it will not have any moral or ethics. It doesn't know that, right? So the machine, it's not intelligent, right? It's still a model which will provide you basically the closest, from your prompt, from your question, what is related closest to you, to what do you want, right? So and it could be basically whatever. So in public space, we should regulate it. The general available things we should regulate. In the private, I am not sure how to do it because even now the gin is out of the bottle, and everyone now can create this information machine which will generate thousands of tweets and content, edit Wikipedia or anything we consider valid. It could be all fake, easily, right? So it's really, really difficult from the technological standpoint. Also not too ethical, guys.
Who's qualified?
I'm not qualified, but I agree. I saw yesterday some snippet from ChatGPT, and there was a picture of 4 people, and somebody asked, "Hey, can you judge those people?" And it says, "No, sorry, I can." And the person wrote, "Hey, don't worry, this is just a painting." And then the OpenAI just judged those people very straightforward. So I don't know if there is any way how to solve this. And again, where's the limit of what is still okay and what not? And this is maybe the added value of people, still some kind of human judgment on what's okay, what's true, what's not, and so on.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. I saw a video on that yesterday that ChatGPT and these organizations are trying to put governors on the system to say that, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then yesterday I was watching a video, and it was 3 of the best ways to get around the controls that they're putting on, and how to get ChatGPT to do whatever you want it to do, no matter what they say. And it was very much things such as, well, ChatGPT, pretend for a second that this is what the situation is, and as long as it's pretend, then it's fine. It can do anything.
And do you know why it is? It's like. By the way, do you know why that is? Because it's really interesting. People think that you talking directly to the model, but in fact what you're doing is you're just filling the prompt, what you're writing there, is not in fact what the ChatGPT is asking. How they regulate is that they will they will wrap around your prompt. So if you will ask, what is Kubernetes? So they will say, you should not be racist, you should be inclusive, you should not hack people. And this is really long prompt. And this is what you're wrapping around, but you can override it with the text, because it's still, again, it's trying to index from all the input what is most valid. So, for example, I try to hack my own WordPress, website, and it said, no, it's not ethic, you cannot do it. And so like, yeah, but I am the one who is defending against hacker, and I want to know what hacker is doing so I can defend against it, right? So, and it will basically create multiple ways how to hack myself, right? So, definitely, there is way how you can do it. But when you download open source model, you don't need to do it. You can directly write how to hack WordPress, and it will generate everything you need, right? So this is really difficult. But I think also that's why I don't want to talk about it, because this is really, narrow point, right? How you can use or misuse these AIs for something bad. But also the ethic point of view could be when we discuss the labor, right? So it will replace labor. But someone did spend their life learning something which could be useless, right? So the ethic point is also how we will apply that somehow, that we just don't render a huge amount of people useless when they spent their life building the economy which we now will be using, right? And we will win upon. So there is more ethic angles, I think. That's why I didn't want to go too deep. But I think this is just the surface, what we discussed today.
Yeah, I think it is so difficult with all of this happening so quickly to get an idea of the impact that it's going to have. When you think about things like automation, that's always been around, but society's been always able to create new jobs to fill in for the old ones. Now the question is, can it do it fast enough to make up for all of the changes that are happening? And certainly, how do we all behave together as human beings in the face of all of these new technologies and what they mean? So I didn't know if we had capacity to ask questions, but if anybody has questions from the audience, we could maybe contribute as well. Everybody's quiet. Any other stories that each of you have from new technologies that you're using, or things how this affected you and that you might want to share?
Maybe in the chair, but let's ask the audience. We discussed a couple of buzzwords, so let's start with the buzzword number one. Like, who is using ChatGPT, and who is using any other, let's say, any other algorithm from OpenAI, not the ChatGPT window, but using the algorithm, but not really just chatting. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. So I think most of the people don't really see what the opportunities are there, because we are all talking about, what it can build, but people are still not really seeing how it can make the work easier. And yeah, I believe there maybe some sort of hype will be over, as always, when there are new technologies, but we are waiting for the real use cases that will just make your work every day easier. It's not really about just chatting with the chatbot, which is giving you wrong answers. So yeah, this was just my point.
Yeah, and certainly AI has a broad definition. We talk about it today almost as if that's ChatGPT, but there is so much more to that. For us at my university, we actually have 2 companies that are using basic medical devices and AI algorithms to create new diagnostic tests. So one of them being that the actual worst place that you can have a stroke is lying in a hospital bed, because someone may not check on you and they may not recognize you're having a stroke. Now with simple accelerometers put on both wrists of a patient, they can lie there in bed and an AI algorithm will interpret the movements of their hands and be able to use that to interpret whether they're having a stroke or not. So incredible applications using simple information, but with AI algorithms that can completely give you a different set of information and how to do things. So I think there is a lot of good there. I could ask one more question, or are we done? No, no, we're done. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you to the panelists. They did a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, all of you. I deeply apologize, but we've got really big delay already, so we have to speed it up, like, seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a last keynote before our break starts ahead of us. And this keynote will be held by Johnson Darkwoch, and it will be about use AI to create better products. Here we go.
Hello everyone. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I'll try to be super quick because I know we're just before drinks. That's the worst time you can do a presentation, right? So, yeah, very quickly. Let's see if the slide works. Yeah, that's me. Okay. So I'm coming more from the practical part, right? So I run a company which is called Gauss Algorithmic. We're a company from a very diverse background, specifically the city of Brno. And yeah, we've been around, and someone has destroyed my slides, but we've been around for about 10 years now, and we've been trying to sell AI, and I tell you, 10 years ago, selling AI was really, really, really difficult. So during that time, we learned a lot, and we go for data management, but more interestingly, this should be a 12, actually, instead of a 1, but we're now in 12 industries, which is pretty interesting, and it just shows how this technology can be applied to many, many industries. So I'm just enjoying this time right now because there are companies who are coming to me which I've never heard of and asking about how they can, solve specific business cases with this technology, right? So today I wanted to bring you a couple of inspirational stories, right? So this is mostly from our clients, and I just wanted to show you what real companies, what they are really developing and what they're looking at, right? So, first company is these guys. They're called MySassy. They're from Olomouc, and they actually created a very nice app for athletes. So, if you're a semi-professional or a professional athlete with Olympic ambition, ideally, then this is the application for you, right? So, what this does is it actually measures the state of your autonomous nervous system, right? So, and it does that through a measurement which is called HRV, which is heart rate variability. So, based on the way you do your training, and after it measures your heart rate, then based on that, it actually creates recommendations if the training was efficient, or if you need to push more a bit, or if you need a rest, right? So there are some Olympic athletes on the platform, but how do they use machine learning in this, right? So what they do is that normally the measurement takes about 15 minutes to run, right? Which, for most people is a lot of time in the morning, right? So what we've done is we've created a solution which shortens that measurement. So we actually predict how the outcome of those heartbeat parameters will happen much shorter than is actually in reality. So right now with this application, you can just take a 3-minute measurement, right? Machine learning on the background predicts how the state of your autonomous nervous system is at the moment, and you basically get a prediction way, way faster. So this is a young startup from Olomouc in the health tech. Another very interesting use case, this came as a surprise. So I got a phone call not long ago from a company from the US that they are trying to search through tons of documents which have information about geological sites, and they're trying to look for crude oil, right? So they're looking in documents somewhere from the years 1948 to about 1970, which there have been geological studies at that time. And unfortunately, in 1970, the price of a barrel wasn't that great, so it didn't make sense to extract. any of that crude oil. But now they feel it's a good time to go back to these very well created documents. But as you can see, this is an example, right? It's from more or less a classical typewriter. The pictures are actually drawn by hand, so this is not like a really digital copy of a drawing. So, which makes it harder from optical recognition perspective, right? And when you have over 6,000 pages, you need some sort of automation to get the information out, right? So we extract various things like, the geolocation, the technology which is being used on that site, and so on, and provide it into, very simple table which they can query with SQL or any other a business intelligence tool of their choice. So this is, and we're not using a large language model here, so just to be clear. But going to large language models, one of the biggest projects that we've ever been on is actually, from a conceptual perspective, very simple, right? So this is a Burger King drive-in, right? I guess most of you have been to one of these, maybe not this one, but also at the competition, right? And the whole idea is, to take a large language model, a chatbot, essentially, and replace it instead of that person who's, behind the speaker, right? Sounds simple, right? But I can tell you it's one of the most difficult things that we've ever done because, the real world sucks, right? So you could, I don't know if you've ordered on one of these things, but I go sometimes with my family. It's a stressful situation, right? You drive in, everyone is now shouting at you what they want to order, right? The radio's playing, and there's maybe rain outside, So it's a very, very difficult environment to catch very clear sound, right? So you have to do. There's machine learning models which try to clean up the noise of the sound which is going in. Right? There's machine learning models which try to distinguish who's actually talking, if it's the person who's actually ordering or if it's the person who's, just somewhere on the background. There's filters for rain, wind, car noises, so there's all sorts of problems that you can come up here. And but the fun part of it that we can test it in real life, right? So we've connected it to all these systems, so it's a really cool use case, but it's going to take still quite a lot of time before it actually gets into reality. But we're well along the way, right? Next one is game development, right? So we've seen Copilot, right, in classical programming and stuff like that. So this is me in a motion capture suit. So we've worked with one of the largest game publishers in the world to actually see if they can automate some parts of their process, right? This process is called motion capture. So when you have a AAA game, Assassin's Creed, I don't know, are there any game players here? Yeah, there are a couple of them, yeah. So, your FIFA football, or it's not called FIFA anymore, right? But, NBA. So this is the way that they extract motion into the 3D space, right? But what most people don't know, so the actors, when they finish their shoots, they actually do some post-processing, right? And typically, when you want like 1 hour of footage, it takes about 1 day to shoot in the studio, but then it takes about 5 days to do the post-production. 5 days of cleanup, 5 days of fixing all of the problems which that technology currently has. So what they asked us to do is they asked us if we can create a solution which can automate that, and it's actually very possible, right? So if you have enough data, you run a model, and basically we took those, let's say, 3 to 5 days, and it takes only 12 minutes, right? That is really fast, right? So this is something which can help, I don't know how you're familiar with the game industry, but it's a $600 billion market, right? So that can save time where games, instead of being, built 7 years, they can actually take maybe 2 or 3. So very quickly, some lessons learned, because I'm running out of time. We'll go through them really fast. So through the 10 years, we've learned a couple of things. So one of the key things that if you are considering in building an AI solution or weaving some AI technology into your existing product, one thing you need to have is a very clear vision of what it should do. You would be surprised how many companies come to us and they just want the AI for the sake of AI, right? So you actually have to envision what it should do at the end of the day. Number two, there's no such thing as perfect data, right? Back 5 years ago, all our AI projects started with a very, very lengthy data cleaning project, right? We first have to, because all of the people who were here on stages like this were saying garbage in, garbage out, right? So everyone started these lengthy cleaning projects, which, either didn't finish, never, and they never started a machine learning project, right? So I would say, just start. If you have some data, models are much more proficient these days. You can start very simply, maybe start with a foundation model. Now, the real world is unforgiving, right? You can do the best machine learning model in the world, but if you bring it into the world incorrectly, as with our Burger King case, it's not ideal, and we've been burned here a couple of times as well. Don't just plug in AI. Take the step forward, right? Sometimes you can increase the accuracy of your models by doing very simple changes, especially when you have customer-facing products, right? Something very simple, if you're taking pictures of food, and I'm looking at Honza over there, he will tell you that case maybe in the panel, that maybe, just making everyone take the picture from the same angle could help the machine learning model to work better, right? So these are very delicate things that you can do to actually help your results. And finally, embrace the experimental nature of AI projects, right? If it doesn't work the first time, doesn't mean you've taken the wrong path, right? It's still probability, right? So you can increase your likelihood of success by just giving yourself more and more chances to actually get to the end result. So these are things that we've learned along the way, and I would like to finally say that sometimes it's just very you can very simply get all of these lessons and build a framework. So if you're building a product and you want AI to be a long-term part of that product, it's good to build some sort of process, right? Now this is our process. This is my last slide. You can take a picture of that. I'll send you the slide if you'd like, right? But this is what we've built out through 10 years, and I'm showing this to everyone, like who comes along and has some interest in doing something actually practical about artificial intelligence. Then all of those projects which you saw before have actually gone through this process, right? This what allows us to work in 12 industries. It's very simple. So thank you very much for your attention. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for this amazing closing of first part of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have 10 minutes break, so please come back at 4 p.m. and we will continue in our program. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started the second part, and it will be opened by Valentino Megale, and he will tell us something about the digital health. Please welcome on stage. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks again for inviting me today. And before the next panel, which will be all dedicated to digital health, I'd like to share with you some reflections about this topic, this field. Today we're actually experiencing an extraordinary times. We are seeing rapid evolving technologies from AI, from the blockchain, from XR technologies. All these nice Twitter or X hashtags are really changing our life, and of course also healthcare. I'm the CEO of Softcare Studio, so I'm actually working in digital health with our company in Italy. We are applying virtual reality as a tool for virtual sedation of patients. And I'm also the president of the XRSI, which is an organization based both in Europe and in the US, focused on safety and privacy when it comes for emerging technologies. So let's start from a first reflection. If we are here today to talk about digital health, we cannot ignore an event, a little, big event that impacted all our lives. So the pandemic. The pandemic, of course, was one of the biggest challenges in the last decades for all the humanity. It's a benchmark of experience for all of us. I'm from Italy. We are here now in Czech, and everybody can relate. I'm experienced that moment of the challenging moment of my life. What is also true is that the global pandemic significantly accelerated the adoption of new technologies in healthcare. Technologies in healthcare is not something new, but during the pandemic, that event stressed the importance of improving the prevention of disease or even the emergence of the pandemics, and also the importance of remote care. So the possibility to deliver quality care to patients wherever they are. And all this is, of course, possible thanks, of course, to digital technologies. One of the technologies that are actually, just a second, sorry, the slides are cut. If you can make full screen. Awesome, thank you. Well, one of the fields that was accelerated during the pandemic, of course, was telemedicine, was telehealth. We had this kind of increase from 14%, this is a global statistics, from 14% in 2016 to the 80% in 2022. The problem is this: virtual or remote care, telemedicine, is not just that you can connect with your doctor using Skype or any other kind of solution. It means infrastructure, it means tech adoption, it means tech awareness, it means tech training, also of the physicians, not only of patients. And as you can see, yes, there was a rise because of the need, the necessity, but only 11 of the European countries, or the countries of the European Union, already established a national policy about telemedicine. Without a national policy, it means that small companies, startups, they don't know exactly how to position their innovation because there is no regulation. There is no clear way for patients to decide and choose the right solutions for them, and this is also a challenge for physicians. So, I want to, okay, now it's not changing. Sorry, it's not changing the slides, probably for the full screen. All right, now it's working. Thank you. What is basically enabled by virtual care, by remote care, is a shift in the hospital. We today envision the hospital as a place. The place where healthcare happens is the hospital, is the clinic. But what we understood during the pandemic is that healthcare is not only a space, is also knowledge. And that knowledge and a specific series of interventions should happen wherever the patient is. So the future of the hospital is basically a hybrid hospital, able to distribute in the space across the regions of a state, not the different kind of hospitals and the different kind of healthcare interventions. I'm from Italy, and we recently discussed the need to shift from the excellence hospitals that are, for example, in the northern Italy, to reference hospitals that are spread around the country. Because it cannot happen that all the people are going to Milan, for example, to be supported. This is going to overwhelm. This is going to burn out the entire clinical staff and the healthcare system. So we need better quality, but distributed quality. Not only in the physical space, but also in the digital space. Well, I want to show you some of the technologies that can support this process. This is something that you all know, of course, ChatGPT. ChatGPT in these days is celebrating its birthday, 1 year, one very dense year. Only 1 year in which this kind of technology changed and reshaped productivity, how we work, how we can collaborate, how we can access information. Well, the revolution of ChatGPT goes far beyond ChatGPT. First of all, because the underlying technology is the disruptive one, is the large language model that my colleagues before talked about. Well, what you can spot here is another large language model, the MedPalm 2, developed by Google. And what you can see here is that this kind of model is like the GPT-4 or GPT 3.5 that has been trained specifically on biomedical information. If you use ChatGPT and ask medical thing, probably ChatGPT will say something true, but a lot of hallucinated things. No, AI can hallucinate, can provide plausible but not true information. Well, you need to train the large language model to provide quality output. And how this can be used? Well, first of all, you can remove or minimize all the paperwork, which is one of the biggest problems in the healthcare system in terms of cost, bureaucracy, timing of support. You can actually have a more concise access to all the knowledge of a clinical, of a hospital. But you can also deliver quality medical information to patients so that the patients can actually talk with a virtual or a synthetic doctor. Let me say one thing. This stuff is not going to replace doctor. This should not replace doctors. This is something that can complement, that can augment the reach of doctors in terms of support to patients. This can be a way to increase the access to medical knowledge wherever patients are, especially in the emergency, especially in the first line of support. Well, and this is a revolution that is fast evolving. This is a next, we can say, a following model that has been created and trained by Google, which is the MedPalm M. That M stands for multimodality, because this kind of chatbot, evolved chatbot, is able to process not only language and data, but also genetics data, and this is interesting, and also medical imaging. So you can actually, a doctor, a physician, or even a patient can upload an image from the MRI and can ask things. This is not going to replace doctors, but is going to be integrated in the workflow of doctors to make it more efficient. And there is another technology that I like to cite. That is the technology that I'm working with. There are many, of course, technologies. All right. It's the virtual reality. It's the domain of immersive technologies, the XR. XR technologies are technologies that allow us to extend the context of whatever we are doing. They are not going to replace anything physical. They are going to augment what can be done with the screens that we use today. This can be used in training. This can be used in many other fields. As you can see also from this statistic, I know in the consumer market, if I ask you, what is virtual reality for? The most of you will say for gaming. And it's true, okay, entertainment, gaming, events online. But in the B2B area, well, the main application of virtual reality is actually healthcare. Healthcare is the most disrupted field when it comes for the adoption of virtual reality. Why? Because it's definitely far more beyond gaming. There are 400 startups in the world, or 500 startups in the world that are working on medical XR. That are applying virtual reality for rehabilitation to make long, boring procedures more engaging and quantified even remotely. I'm using this kind of technologies for pain management, to reduce the administration of drugs, sedatives, anxiolytics, and many others. They are using this kind of technology also for the mental health. Well, you can actually use this technology to change the clinical practice of the medical staff. Of course, all these technologies comes with the possibility to collect data. But the problem is that we are collecting huge amount of data. 30% of the global volume of data is provided by healthcare. What is the problem? It's cybersecurity. Because healthcare is actually the field which is the most costly when a data breach happens, and it's happening because it's one of the most interesting for hackers and cyber attacks. But let me add another point. We're almost at the end. Okay. Let me maybe just end with this. Let me just end with this because I don't want to take the time of the panel. The future of healthcare is a responsible compromise. What we need to preserve in the future of healthcare? The access to this innovation. Digital technology cannot be another way to create digital divides to reduce the accessibility to healthcare. Second, we still need to be able to innovate this field, but the innovation should happen within a legal and ethical framework where we have clear values that we want to preserve when innovating and integrating this kind of technologies. Sorry for the extra minutes.
No worries. Grazie mille, Valentino. It was great. Grazie. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in the topic of digital health. Here comes the third panel discussion, and it will be held by Martin May from Oscillator Labs. So Martin, please welcome on stage. And you can invite all of your guests. Hope you will enjoy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you. And I am pleased to introduce the other guests of this panel discussion. So I hope you will be enjoying the meeting with the real doctors, real startup innovators, and also Valentino, who is still will be participating in this discussion. Thank you very much for joining this panel. I hope it will be quite interesting for our audience. And we can start with the first question. Being the doctors, healthcare innovators, and hospital managers, can each of you tell us one of example of some pressing challenge that you have in your field, which you believe the innovation will solve in the next 5 years? And we can start from maybe there is another microphone. Okay.
Hi, my name is Gabriela. I lead the infrastructure team at Powerful Medical. We are a Slovak medtech startup, and we have a flagship application called PM Cardio, which is trying to help medical professionals better interpret ECG recordings and accelerate treatments of patients, of cardiac patients. So we decided to look at the leading cause of death worldwide, which is cardiovascular diseases. So, for example, cardiac conditions such as atrial fibrillation are a huge risk factor for stroke, and our application can detect atrial fibrillation much earlier from just a single picture of an ECG recording. Similarly, infarctions are also acute conditions which need to be treated really quickly. And once again, we are developing algorithms which can detect infarctions much earlier than the traditional methods, than the current standard of care. And in this way, we can send the patient for treatment much earlier than is currently possible, and in this way, save their hearts and save their lives.
Hello, my name is Olga, and I'm the CEO of Leaf. We have built a software for IVF centers, for fertility treatments. And I think, speaking for them, or we have read 61% of all healthcare professionals are stressed and overwhelmed by the patient's questions and all the data they have to really crunch on and make fast and correct decisions. So I think the future of healthcare is essentially in preparing them better data, crunching the data and evaluating which data is the most important so that they can take care of the patient. And we have more and more data points to consider, so they can be overwhelmed if somebody's telling them, but I can see on my smartwatch that my heart rate variability has increased. What do you say? So I think this is kind of the automation and personalization is the way to go forward in my field.
Hello, my name is Alexandra and I'm founder of company Profimed, which is 20 years in the field of oral care prevention and last few years also in just overall prevention. And I'm also ambassador of the platform Ministry of Health, Minister Zdraví. And I think the most important for us will be, I would say, permanent, highly personalized and highly predictive data, digital data, which should be in the cloud, and everybody has to be able to access it. And of course, we need also the blind data for business, because now we are driving just car with the autopilot, because we are doing business without knowing what is happening in the public, with the public health. And the same one, I think it's very important for research, because if we don't have data about the public health, how we can do the research?
Exactly, I think the data will resonate through this discussion this time, so we can pass the mic to the next one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vendula, and I'm the head of Science, Research and Innovation Department at the Regional Hospital Liberec. So I do represent here the healthcare sector, and I'll go more back to the ground because if I can name one challenge in the healthcare, I would not be able to pick one because we have a shortage of staff, we have enlarging volumes of patients, increasing number of elderly patients with comorbidities who will really need more coordinated care, sophisticated therapeutic ways and treatment. And on the other hand, we do have nursing staff that gets older in their jobs where they have to remain till higher age. We do have younger generations of physicians who are really interested in keeping their work-life balance and don't want to spend long hours and time hours in the hospital. So I think if one advantage of innovation should come would be saving time and bringing effectiveness and efficiency to healthcare to really be able to bring these two areas more into balance.
Yes, thank you. Let me comment. I've been on a similar meeting in the Nordic countries, and the question about the using digitalization to actually save time and keep the healthcare accessible and sustainable for the future was the key thing there, you know. And everyone from the Austria, from German, from everywhere was saying the same thing. If we continue like this, it will not work. So we have to innovate, and the digital technology is one of the way how to innovate.
All right, hello, my name is Jan. I'm going to go directly to the question. So for me, the biggest challenge we face at Vitadio and perhaps general as the industry is and I'm going to use two words, adoption and trust, or building trust among the healthcare professionals, because this is something that we see is a struggle. So it's part of what I think might happen in the next several years, and at the same time, it's a bit of wishful thinking. That it's going to happen, and that is building products and innovating the products as much to make it so comfortable for the healthcare professionals to use and to find valuable, and to actually start supporting new products that we present them in the market.
Thank you.
So hello, my name is Marek Sramko. I'm a cardiologist from the IKEM hospital. I've been also involved in the European Healthcare Hackathon that we organize and mentoring several projects, hardware and software projects. So what I see in my field, what is changing and what will be changing in the next 5 years is definitely automatic signal processing, ECG images. That will be undoubtedly something that will help tremendously doctors, that will prove that is reliable and that will ease the time. Another big trend that I see since COVID and that will definitely progress in the next 5 years is the communication with patients after they are being discharged from the hospital. We see already now, and we also develop our own apps that communicate with the patients, that the patients can manage their scheduling, that they are using more and more some sensors and self-measurement, self-monitoring, and that there are systems that they can automatically follow the patients and react when there is a problem, and patients can be approached. So the traditional model that of outpatient clinic checkups every 3 to 6 months is now a little bit breaking apart, and it's more dynamic. So this is a big thing, and we've been talking about challenges. So what I would really like to see in 5 years, and hopefully it will move, but I'm a little bit skeptical, is the sharing of data, something that has been present in Finland 20 years ago. So we're basically seeing patients' data from other hospitals and using then the healthcare more effectively. So I can elaborate more in the follow-up questions. Thank you.
Yeah, let me answer directly the question as well. One of the biggest challenges that we envision is the knowledge gap of clinicians, of the medical staff when it comes for the applications and the integration of digital technologies. This is something that should start probably from, of course, not probably, certainly from the university, from the medical courses. There should be a wider awareness about not only the benefits of digital technologies, but also about the challenges. Challenges that are related to data, challenges that are related to ethical use of digital technologies and privacy and safety. There is a huge variety of these kind of challenges. And in a lot of cases, digital technologies are not integrated in the clinical practice because of this knowledge gap. So there is a lot of work to do in educating the healthcare system.
Thank you, thank you. I would add that there is also a lot of work to do in educating the technical people to get interested in the healthcare, because the healthcare needs it, and having the situation that was mentioned by Vendula, and having the finance, which are limited in 1, 2, 3, okay. And having the limited financing that the healthcare has, even in Czech Republic, we need to attract the young people to the healthcare from the technical fields as well. We cannot expect the doctors, even very innovative doctors like is Marek or Valentino, to develop all the technology themselves. So historically, the healthcare innovation was driven by the large pharma or tech companies. Recently, the startups have begun to infuse the digital communication and deep tech into the healthcare. How do you think this shift will impact your work, having the startups connecting to hospitals and asking them to help, introducing the AI models, which we've been talking about today morning, or perhaps if you are from the startups of the companies, how you actually feel when you are connecting to the doctors and asking them to test your solutions or work with what you create and providing. Okay, perhaps you can start.
So the interesting fact is this technology today is changing so fast and at such a huge scale globally that it's quite challenging for big companies like pharma and medtech companies to really understand technologies in time and integrate the technology in their services. So one of the most important approaches of these big companies is the open innovation. So the possibility to reach out to startups that are agile, small, able to adapt, and with very vertical skills, and able to provide solutions to very interesting niche in order to integrate these solutions ready to be used in their processes. I don't want to name a pharma company, but there is one pharma company whose hashtag is Beyond the Pill. And this is interesting, because pharma companies are understanding that digital tech is able to take care in a more holistic way of the patients, and startups are there to serve this kind of revolution.
Yeah, so for my field, I can say that for the nearest future, big medical devices will be probably bought from the established companies. Another thing is how these products are developed, and usually, or like often, they are developed by individuals who are then acquired by the big companies. That's the standard model. But what we are trying to adapt in our hospital is close collaboration with startups. For that, we use, for example, annual hackathons. We propose some challenges. We test the startups. We pick up startups that we like. And then we continue developing some products that we want to use in our hospital. And what we offer, we want the product to be absolutely customized to our needs. And what we offer is then to test such a product and iterate it in a clinical environment. And then the company can take the product and sell it somewhere else or develop it otherwise. But this is a method that we found very successful.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I'm going to follow up on Valentino and probably say that The pharma companies are not going away, and that's also what Marek was talking about, that usually the model is that the big pharma company eventually acquires the startup. The problem is that they're also not going away with the development of new pills and new medicine. So basically now we're looking into attracting the professionals to a new disruptive technology, but the old technology is still there and still requires their attention. So we kind of need to get in there, in the door, and tell them that this is also an option, and it's happening, I think. But again, it requires even more time from the doctors that they don't have usually. So, yeah.
Well, so in my role, I'm approached, I would say, 50-50 by large tech companies and pharma companies, as well as startups. And when I would compare these two and their role currently in the bringing innovation into healthcare, I would say that with startups, for us, it's very easy to communicate in a way that we invite them to one table together with healthcare professionals, where really physicians sit together with their patients, with family members, and could really create a solution that responds to a real need of a patient and of a physician. And then it actually gets developed quite quickly, which is the advantage. On the other hand, startups are not really ready to accept the fact that everything is really slow in a hospital in healthcare environment, and all the administrative steps and the formalities around really take much longer than startups are used to. Whereas pharma companies and global techs are used to that, and their role there could be that they would take these solutions developed by the startups together with hospitals and help them to scale these up and invest to a global rollout to other regions, other hospitals, and to enrich larger target audiences than just one hospital where it was developed. This is how I see it.
I have experience with two startups. One was from Israel. It was a startup for the telemedicine. And I have to say that many startups, they have a great innovative idea, but they are not business ready. They don't have a right business strategy, or even they over-exaggerate, I think, the results in the first 5 years. So, for example, with the Israeli startup, we didn't finish the project because their business model, expected business model, is not working for Europe. And now I'm working on another startup from EU. I'm under NDA, so I can't say from which country. But it's also, again, preventive product for obstetrics. It's a very interesting medical device which will help a lot of women. And also, anyway, again, I see that they have a great product with artificial intelligence inside also, but they are very insecure in the business model, and they are just, I think sometimes I have to help them how to do it. On the other hand, what's good, they are financed well. So it's also very important for startups, so I think it will be a successful story.
Thank you. So talking from the perspective of startups, I would still twist it around from doctors. I was at a big conference it was on fertility, so we're taking only from that field. And it was a circle of doctors talking about AI in embryology. And of course, the costs were mentioned that, if we're a small clinic, it's not really worth it because our really good embryologist can do the job. And that's what the bigger clinics say, yes, but we don't have that many good embryologists. And if we give a person who is maybe not as trained, this is kind of like error prevention. And we know that with the startups, maybe after like retesting it on other clinics and pushing it, we're gonna eventually get there. And the problem is increasing, and we're not getting more and more doctors. So this is a great support tool. So yeah, I think in some cases AI is not there yet, 100%, but it's a great error prevention tool. It's a great research tool, because if it has found there's something, and the doctors, they have to think critically. is it just a cyst or is it actually an egg? Because sometimes it's just a bad quality. So I think it's definitely way further, and I hope that the founders will keep us funding us.
So another startup perspective here. So a medical startup cannot happen without the collaboration of doctors and clinics that are willing to try out the new technology. So it is invaluable when we can collaborate with doctors who are keen to try out the new things. But also we are aware how slow things take. For example, our PM Cardio medical device is actually Class 2B medical device certified under the EU medical device regulation, which is a really long and difficult process, but we went through it because we know that if we want to scale on the European market, it is necessary for the doctors to feel safe using our technology, to know that they can rely on it. And so we are very willing to learn from what we see in clinical practice and also to make sure that what we are giving into doctors' hands is actually as advertised.
Thank you. Let's summarize two things. The one is, you mentioned at the end, the regulation and the certification. It's usually felt by the innovators that it's impossible to get through this certification and meet all the regulation. But you know, if it was impossible, or if it is impossible, then there will be no healthcare. Actually, we have a lot of medical devices which are certified by large companies, but we are starting to have solutions which are created by the startups and have the certification. You simply have to pass this milestone of the certification, and it takes 2 years, but what is 2 years for a startup which wants to be a global leader in something in medical? Nothing, you know. So it could take 3 years. Again, if you really believe in your product or business model, then you simply have to pass the certification. That's it. And it's possible, and Vitadio is an example of the certified startup. So that's it. And the other thing, as the startups on innovators, we will have much more demand on the support from the doctors, from the hospitals, because the large companies have their research facilities and they have long-term relationship with the large clinics. But the new company has to find it, find the partner, find the doctors, find a hospital where they can test and play with their solution. It's pretty hard, but it's possible again, and there are companies that are specializing in Czech Republic, so we can talk about it later. But now, the other thing which is needed, and you mentioned it all, is data. Either the data to be used by your solutions to improve the treatment, to understand what's going on with the patient, or the data, how the people from hospitals will confirm that are acquired somewhere else, in different hospital, by different doctor, and needs to be shared because now the patient is here in this hospital and needs help. So let's talk about sharing the data, quality of the data, and accessibility of the data. Let's perhaps start from your...
Right. So the dream of medical data is that there is going to be a single centralized medical file for every single patient, which contains their entire medical history, which knows about their genetics, knows about the diseases that their parents, grandparents had, and we can run some automated processing on this data set for the patients to personalize the treatment for this specific patient. If we had this magical centralized medical file, then also it could flag things to specific healthcare providers whenever they need it, and it would flag exactly what they need, like contraindications, allergies, and so on. The two main challenges I see before we can achieve this are, first, it is the data privacy. So, as I said, we would require some form of centralization, all of the medical data in one place. And this is difficult to achieve in a way which then protects the data, because as you increase centralization, you also increase the risk of cybersecurity incidents, of the data leaking. And this is something which is really difficult, especially because the people working with the data, and for example, hospitals running the medical systems on their premises, they're not specialists in cybersecurity, they're specialists in providing healthcare. And so this is something where I think a lot more collaboration between, for example, the private sector and the healthcare sector, sort of security sector and the healthcare sector will be needed to achieve this goal. The second issue with data is that Yes, maybe newer medical devices are already producing digital data, which can be stored digitally in healthcare systems, but this is not true at all for existing medical data. Actually, this was the very first problem that we arrived at when we started working on paramedical and on PM cardio, that ECGs are typically just printed out on a piece of paper. But how do you have an AI algorithm diagnose something that's on a piece of paper? So we had to develop a machine learning solution which can take the picture and, again, using artificial intelligence, can basically extract the digital signal from this piece of paper. And so until we have more solutions like this, which can actually bring the currently mostly paper-based medical data into the digital world, we're still very far away from having this dream of a single medical record which can be shared freely between doctors.
I have to very agree. What to add more to this? Because that was a very good overview of the problem that people who deal with data. Tapping into historical data, you have to have different ethical committees into it if you want to make research on it. If you want to do it globally, you have to apply in each country differently. It's just, and then each lawyer gives you a different answer, what's the exactly right way. So one day you're medical device class B3, one day you're 2A, and you really have to, as a startup, make the risk on your own. So if I would read 2 articles about femtech data protection, that would give me the same answer, and which means that the doctor, all the patient or the users would have also the same understanding, I would be very happy too.
Yeah, Gabriela, I would like to react to your speech, Gabriela. From my point, I think banks are also to work with data. So I think it's also our health has to be, I think it's a soluble. I think how the data protection, I mean. Data protection is soluble things. I think this is just not big job. I think data has to be some kind of cloud and everybody has to put their data. And from my point also, I think what's very important, I think for health is just interdisciplinary work with this data. And this is, I think, the future, because we will have a lot of data, and the most important, I think, is just the continuous long-term analysis of data. So every person, every sick person could have I would say, with artificial intelligence, recognized, tracked, and of course, and also suggestion for treatment. I think this is a future of only suggestion. I think it's not diagnosis, but definitely I think long-term track of data will really help to doctors.
Well, I would again talk more locally and from not small, but from a hospital perspective, where I see that the biggest challenge still is even exchange of the patient data from one hospital to another, where these 2 hospitals do actually exchange the patient. So here I really see it's a problem of non-compliance and non-consistency of various hospital information systems, non-consistency of what data actually can be shared, because all these data security, data safety, cyber security measures. And when we go farther to the European Union level, where we do have still a plan for a regulation on the healthcare data exchange, whatever it will be one day, if a regulation or a directive, no one really knows. And after 3 years, we basically still are at the same point of just discussing, and various states bringing all these regulative and administrative obstacles why it cannot work. So I would love to see one day AI and loads of data and big data helping to actually serve the patient, but we are far not there yet.
All right, that's already been pretty exhaustive. But let me add our experience. Our main market is Germany, so we need to answer to the body called BfArM, which is basically a body regulating medicine. And and healthcare sector in Germany. What they require from us as a digital startup or digital therapeutic startup there to have all the interoperability guidelines and all the sharing patient information data ready for and sticking up to the standards that are international and are discussed and pushed forward on the EU level. So I think that's a good news. On the other hand, for example, what we need to live up by is we are not allowed to share any of our patients' data, even anonymized or completely unrecognizable, with the American service providers, which kind of complicates things since this market is, the markets of cloud, etc., is dominated by the US providers. And this is something that kind of restrains us in what we would like and be able to do with the data that we have.
So I can tell about another hospital experience, as was said here. Like currently, what is interchangeable is sharing images through the PAC system, but otherwise any sharing of data just goes through email. And what is interesting, like on the basic level and in acute care, the most of sharing of patients' information happens through WhatsApp. It's as it is, ECGs, patient IDs. It just happens because it's for the doctors is the easiest way. And this is something that we try to also tackle by developing our own apps. But I think also I can speak for my institution, where I'm lucky that we have very collaborative IT department and very open-minded, and we develop our own medical record system. And we also try to cultivate some data culture already for several years. And we recognize that it's very important to structure all the data. So everything that is described in wordings also has some database correlate, and so all the images, everything, and sometimes it's not like so self-evident, you know, to develop, for example, a questionnaire. We tried that all the data that can be collected automatically collects automatically by scanning barcodes and whatnot. And only the things that the human have to interact are asked the doctors, and we also try to space it throughout the time so that the doctors are not annoyed, bothered. So also developing simple questionnaires is not easy, but we recognize that it's very important, and also that it brings also fruits for us. That when we want to, whenever we meet with someone who offers some like network, for example, to recognize some ECG, we have our own data to retrain it on it or to test it, to validate it. So we believe that also in the future it will be tremendously important. But I understand also that most of the hospitals have more basic issues and problems and don't have capacity to solve these, I call it first world problems, but it's as it is.
Yeah, so the moral of the story of all these interventions is that if we don't know how to protect data, of course, are going to become a challenge more than a benefit. But to protect data, we actually need to identify and be able to recognize the risks. And I want to add one reflection, because the new emerging technologies like virtual reality, like AI, the generative AI right now, they provide risks that in most of cases still don't have a name. They are not recognized. I make the example of virtual reality. One of the biggest challenges for policymakers is to recognize that virtual reality is not just putting a smartphone in front of your eyes. It's a totally different paradigm of experiencing digital content and also collecting data. Because VR is not just a projector of content. If you spend today, how many of you tried virtual reality? Just raise your hands. Okay, if you spend 20 minutes in virtual reality, the system today, with today's technology, is able to collect 2 million data points about your movements. And all these data can be used to infer many additional information about your health conditions, present and future, your identity, your behavior. And you can potentially provide this data without providing any kind of consent because you don't know, even the health system don't know that these data are collected. So this is the challenge. We need absolutely to understand what are the new challenges emerging from new technologies. And once identified, well, it's the time for frameworks, standards, and new policies.
Okay. I see that time is running. Maybe it will be last question, so I will skip some questions. And the last question is imagine that we have this, that we manage somehow to have this data, that we manage somehow to resolve the problem if the patient moves from one hospital to the another, that the data don't follow him today automatically. What will be the impact on the treatment or perhaps on the prevention of such changes? Can we expect that it will bring us some real advance for the patient? What will be for the patient himself if we do these improvements?
I think that the most important advantage of using data is the customization of any kind of experience in treatment and procedure, both procedure and the experience, because in a lot of cases the patient's experience is totally ignored and uncovered in the hospital. And science says, and science is showing, that part of the final health outcome depends from the patient's experience. So with new technologies, we could be able to quantify this patient's experience and make this a priority of the wider healthcare intervention.
I can see how it could help on different levels. So firstly, on the patient level, I already mentioned that what can really help is using or spread of all kinds of sensors and self-monitoring, and that patient is more involved and the healthcare is more dynamic. So that's one level. Another level is like a little bit higher, and it's optimization of healthcare and of the system, and which I believe there are big reserves. And then the third level or aspect is systems or that could assist the healthcare that probably will never project directly to improving patient survival or anything like these kind of endpoints, but will help the work of the healthcare workers. And these are the systems like pre-processing data and some others we can still discuss.
Well, I would absolutely love that, especially from the perspective of the patient. Whenever I go to the doctor and they ask me the analysis, I'm like, whatever happened to me 10 years ago, I don't remember. So if I had a file that I could share with them and they would just, they could treat me the best way they can, that's something I think we would appreciate.
So again, from the hospital perspective, I believe that sharing the data and working with the data should mainly try to optimize or bring more effectiveness to using this data, and maybe also from the long-term perspective when taking care of one single patient whose story does not probably end when leaving one hospital check or hospitalization, and after hospital dismissal, the patient is still there, somehow a part of a healthcare system. So probably monitoring this patient and bringing the data back through his patient journey from this long-term perspective back to one medical report and working, coordinating all this care among all these specialists or even GP who should care effectively of the patient should be the biggest value or the value added of the data used.
Thank you. I will start with another corner. 30% of diseases are coming from our lifestyle. It's connected with our lifestyle, smoking, obesity, and other things, also quality of food. So I believe this telemedicine and with the possibility for patients just to measure themselves and receive also some, I would say, early recommendation, how is their lifespan and what they should do for their health and in which condition is their health. Connected everything with the telemedicine and AI could save a lot of money to our health system, to our state, and it could help to people.
I have read several studies that if we would start our lifestyle changing around 30, and not changing, like adjusting it, and the premise is that devices are perfect, of course, that there could be a big, actually big savings on the health economics costs, because the treatments of when you're 50 or 60 heart attacks could be reduced dramatically. I don't know which country it was, but it was quite drastic change.
So many valid points made already. So maybe I'll just mention here that if we have quality data, we today have a perfect technology available to make sense of this data, and this is artificial intelligence. So with artificial intelligence, we are able to, given quality input data, of course, detect patterns in this data which even people could not see. And typically in medicine, and now I'm speaking very generally, I'm not really a healthcare professional, but if you are able to detect something earlier, that usually leads to better patient outcomes. So if we can apply artificial intelligence to detect conditions earlier and to start the treatment earlier, we will improve patient outcomes, and that's all that matters.
So thank you for the perfect conclusion, because the time ran out. And thank you for listening to these stories from the healthcare. I think the healthcare really needs innovators and needs the technicians to get interest into how to improve our lives, because it's 40% of the factors that depends on your health is a lifestyle. 40% is created by your lifestyle. And what is more interesting, 80% of the costs of the healthcare system are created by the care for the acute cases. But the acute cases is a long-term result of actually not having the healthy lifestyle, of not being recognized, not being diagnosed in a proper time, and not being able to go to the doctor sooner than the big problem arises. Once it's a big problem, then it's a big cost, and then we have a very expensive healthcare instead of healthy population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have to close this panel discussion. Please give it an applause. Thank you. I deeply apologize, but we really have to speed it up because the delay is like crazy. So please welcome on stage another speaker, Ondrej Otahal from Herbavita, and he will tell you something about automatic evolution of farm cultivation using AI detection. So please, Ondrej, welcome on stage. You can find clickers somewhere. Yes, over here.
Thank you very
much.
much.
So the stage is yours, the microphone will work, I promise.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted that I can be here tonight with you all for such an event full of inspiration, bold and courageous visions and innovation. My name is Ondrej Otahal and I am from company Herbavita CZ. What we do is actually that we develop, market and produce our phytobiotic feed supplements for livestock, meaning for dairy cattle, beef cattle, poultry and pigs. And from the main beginning of our company, the goal is to reduce the use of antibiotics in livestock farms through the power of herbs and organic acids, increase and boost and trigger the natural immunity system of the animals. And as a result, also bring up the better income for farms. Today it's about innovation, and I would like to show you what we are now implementing in sector of agriculture. I would like to share how we are using artificial intelligence to automate, accelerate and facilitate the detection of one of the most costly dairy cattle diseases. This results in reducing and significantly refining the use of antibiotics in the whole European dairy cattle market. Our customers are mainly first producers, farmers, and other subjects related to them, such as, for example, vets, universities, milking companies as Madeta or Goldsteig, and advising companies and universities. But right now, I will be, for this part of presentation, farmer. Let's take the Holins and walk a little bit in their boots. As a farmer, as a dairy cattle farmer, I need to sell milk to make money. But I am not able to do so if my cow has so-called mastitis, inflammation of the udder. If she has mastitis, I have two options. First, blindly use antibiotics. It costs a lot of money. I cannot monetize the milk for a certain period of time. And also I am building up the resistances for antibiotics. Or I have second option. First, do the diagnostic tests. It's called PM test or farm cultivation, and it's Peter dish with trichromatic agar, where I put the fresh sample of milk, and after a certain time, I can actually see what's causing the problem, which pathogen is in it. So this gives me information what pathogen is causing the problem in the udder, and also how my antibiotics work on it, because we do also the treatment protocol, which is saying what kind of antibiotics are actually working properly on the farm. So based on this, I am able to make another further decisions. So situation, continue with non-targeted use of antibiotics or do the test first. Of course, as a farmer, I want to do the tests, I want to do the cultivations, but I don't have time, I don't have capable people. Maybe I'm already cultivating, but I have too many cows and I don't cultivate as much as I should. Or maybe I haven't even started yet because of the lack of desire or knowledge. And I want to say that still European Union and also the logic is forcing me and pushing me to do so. And we are bringing all these barriers, all these wars, and bringing up an accurate, reliable and time-flexible tool that makes the whole process of evaluation of cultivations much faster and easier. On the farm, it looks like that I put samples to the machine. Samples are automatically checked, scanned, and the images are synchronized to the cloud, where the images are evaluated by trained AI model. I put together the information with the health protocol and create the result protocol that can be accessed via website or distributed through the email to customer or other chosen people. So right now we are in the phase of verified prototype. We know how the hardware should look like, and we also verified that the method of semantic image segmentation is the proper way how to evaluate our samples. And we know what the farmer needs to have on the table every day. As a farmer, I need to know, is there actually anything? If there is anything, what is it? How my antibiotics work on it? And what should I do and why the pathogen is in my stables or in my farm? And I need to archive the data for later checks, for example, from government. And I need to see some statistics about the history, about the use of antibiotics, treatments, and the history, individual history of the cow. We verify this on over than our 100 customer farms in the Czech Republic and the European market. We did a survey and we are doing it so for almost 4 years right now. Another value of our solution is that it's answering the SDG goals, specifically SDG goal number 2 and number 12, and is also in line with European policy goals, agricultural policy goals set up for 2023-2027, specifically strategy farm to fork. So we are reducing use of antibiotics, we are contributing to more quality food, especially milk and beef meat, and we also take care about the welfare of the animals. We have many things behind us, we have many things in front of us, so please wish us luck that we will be very soon able to bring up the whole package and the whole solution to our customers. And because today it's about connections, it's about meeting and sharing. I would love to if you can actually keep in touch with us, and if you can share your contacts on us through the LinkedIn, through the Facebook page, or visit us on our website. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much for that. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a fireside chat. It's going to be on the topic of security in the digital age, and it will be held by Tomas Scerba from DLA Piper and also from Michal Stachnik from Cisco. Welcome on stage, both of you. Thank you very much. Is it one microphone enough for you, or do you need more? One mic is enough. Yes, is it enough? Okay, so enjoy your talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a fantastic pleasure to have my friend, General Manager of Cisco, Mr. Michal Stachnik, here with me. I'm not going to talk much. I will just raise very, hopefully, interesting questions. So, first of all, Michal, what do you think, what are the current trends in cybersecurity, and what are the visions for 2023, 2024?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for questions. Straight to the point. Let's say what we are able to observe, let's say last couple of quarters, we see roughly three predominant threats. First one, it's typically ransomware, which is the phenomenon of the definitely last 3, 4, 5 years. And I believe that many of us already has a chance, either from the colleagues or even in your organization, to face it. And this is where I expect continue to spread around the world. Second, typical spread which we see is business email compromisation. This is those type of emails where somebody is asking you to do certain action, either pressing you click on this link to approve something which your boss is asking for, or please pay this and that, and you will do it if you will fill it this form on this link, etc. So simply gain the access, compromise your systems via emails. And the third vector is, and this is predominantly appearing, recent times, is storing your credentials. Simply way how to get your identity, and through this legal identity penetrate to your organization, to your system, and again access legally to the system. So this is those are three typical things which we just observing. I believe that in the near future if we are not already in that phase, see more complex and complicated attacks powered by AI, if I will say it this way.
Thank you, Michal. Speaking of AI, perhaps you may have heard today that AI is like a good and bad hammer, sometimes helping, sometimes smashing. How does AI help in the area of cybersecurity? Can you comment?
Sure. Again, I see, let's say, two aspects or two layers. First layer, and this is what we observe very much in our security industry these days, simplification of the things from the aspect of interaction, with the system, making the life of security administrators more easier, and as well trying to avoid human errors. So simplification and helping through AI do the things faster and more accurate. And the second let's say vector or the way how to use AI is definitely on the active detection and defense against the threats. So simply that AI and machine learning is able, to better and more accurate detect, upcoming threats, detect the anomalies which, normal human way you are not able to spot it.
Thank you, Michal. It seems rather optimistic, which is not bad. Perhaps, ladies and gentlemen in this room know very well that Cisco is a company of American origin, and without Cisco we would very likely not be able to use internet and other internet services, because you provide routers and switches and all other boxes that I do not understand at all. And speaking of devices in general, what about IoT, so Internet of Things? Is it something what you would see as a big challenge in cybersecurity for 2023?
Okay, Tomas, maybe I will, put it some details to make it clear. Cisco is definitely an American company. We are, it's not maybe well known for everybody. It's when we will have more time. It's in reality a romantic love story in the beginning how Cisco was incorporated, but it's the story for another time. Back to your questions. OT, I believe it's one of the, I would say, next big wave of security, or another big security topic which we see in front of us. Why it's that? Very simple, because traditionally those OT systems, either it's PLCs or many other devices which you are able to find in the different industries, were not designed and thought with security in the mind. Right now we are facing the situation when everything is connected. Those devices are potential threat. Even more difficulties or complexity in it is you are not able to secure them. In many cases, you are not able to patch them because they are, from the capacity perspective, from legacy perspective, you are not able simply to do the things, with them. In many cases, those are the closed system. So you have to find other ways how to deal with it. Either you will encapsulate them, or you will build up the defense, around them. But it's definitely a huge topic. It's not easy topic, because in many cases you cannot do the things repetitive way, because each industry, each customer is slightly different. There are many cases when you are facing the OT devices which are homemade or custom-made, with the customer. So it's a difficult topic, definitely.
Thank you, Michal. Perhaps what might be the way could be the protection which is going to be brought by Cyber Resilience Act on the European Union perspective. This is going to be not only about unique passwords for each and every IoT device, but also about processes in production of the devices, and also in provisioning of services. But thank you for your view. Should I be afraid of having a intelligent, smart refrigerator in my own household? And should I be afraid that someone will very likely hack into what I have in my fridge, or perhaps do some more harm?
I don't know if you should be, afraid. The question is, what's the impact? I will be, at least, and the ladies will apologize, I will be angry, if I will realize coming home and I realize that all of my fridge is, spoiled because of temperature. But true is, this is another level of security aspects which are not easy to cover. I think, on the other hand, that the industry is looking also, that way, that they are preparing the solutions which are, let's say, more tailored to the area of home appliances, how to defend, the households from that, perspective. And again, the approach is, I would say, multi-layer education of of the people. Second, as well, technology, from the technology perspective, that the companies are pushed through the, legal regulations. And the third, of course, that you encapsulate many of those things with other security technology, which helps you to protect your fridge from outside, hackers. But, I believe that it will not happen to you.
Hopefully not. As far as regulation, this is always a evergreen topic on conferences of this type and size. And I think that we should not also omit discussions about regulations. What's your view on the fact that here in Europe we have quite many regulations, quite many directives, quite many bylaws, etc. But the internet and cyberspace is multinational, multi-jurisdictional, it's worldwide. Is there something what Cisco or some of your competitors can do to make a unique, unilateral, but harmonized, orchestrated approach towards regulation?
Okay. I don't know if I'm right, person to ask for. True is that on the technological level, specifically, in the security arena, we are heavily cooperating with the competitors. There are many alliances like cyber threat alliances where, majority of the competitors are, working together, exchanging the know-how and the data, how to quickly defend and detect the latest, threat. So even though from the sales perspective we are competing day by day, on the background we are trying, to cooperate from the technological perspective. From harmonization view, I think that this is even more difficult because majority or not majority, lots of companies are, overseas based versus European Union. This is a rather more geopolitical question than the technological question. And I believe even that this is more your job than our, as a technological company's job, to somehow find a way out of it.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Michal Stachnik from Cisco. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. Thank you. And now I think that I can be in the role of a moderator of the panel, but first the mic is for you.
You are so quick. It was amazing. I will just ask you, please stand up for a few minutes or a few seconds, probably, as we have to move the table and also the chairs. And there is a last panel discussion in front of us. As you already heard, it will be about security, and it will be again held by Tomas Scerba. So give us a few seconds to settle everything. Yeah, we've got one more, please. Awesome. So Tomas, you can come over here, please. And you can invite all of your guests. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Katko. So, ladies and gentlemen, as announced, this is going to be a very nice and very interesting panel full of experts. So, first of all, Michal, please, once again. Thank you. Now, my second distinguished guest is Mr. Jan Krop from one of the biggest advisory companies in the world, from Accenture. Jan, welcome. My next guest is Karin Gubalova. Please accept my invitation, and the third chair for you. She's the cybersecurity lead in Kooperativa. And last but not least, Tomas Budnik, owner and general manager of the Tain Group. Madam, gentlemen, once again, thank you for coming today. We have a couple of minutes. We have 33 minutes for trends in cybersecurity, for navigating the thunderstorms in cybersecurity. I truly expect that there will be a number of questions also from the audience, so please do not hesitate to use Slido or raise your hand. We will be more than glad to answer. Karin, if I may start with you. You work for a company which is highly regulated within the financial sector. So very likely you are dealing with the DORA regulation, the regulation which has direct applicable effect over entities that are regulated persons. Could you please share your views and a little bit brainstorm with us? How do you see the current trends in regulation from your own perspective? Is it something which does help, or is it something which jeopardizes business?
Definitely help. It's help. Yeah, what I would like to emphasize that I really appreciate that this approach of the regulators, that they trying to align the regulations, especially for the financial industry, because it's something new, that DORA will apply on the financial sector, but not, for instance, NIS2, which is a really good move forward, that we have only one regulation to comply with, not two of them. But I think that the regulatory approach is a reaction to the cyber landscape involvement. You know. So regulatory requirements focuses on the most risk, most threats. For instance, the third parties management, because it is one of the really vectors of the attacks. It's attack to your suppliers, to your supply chain, not to the company itself. So it's one of them. Second thing, which is emphasizes also the DORA, is vulnerability management. So you will reduce your vulnerabilities to your systems, application, whatever. And the last one is the incident management and reaction to the incident, which is also very important. So for me, the security is still the business enabler. Yeah, so I really appreciate the regulations.
Yes. Hopefully you're not on the payroll of our National Cybersecurity Agency. He would definitely share your view. Tome, if I may ask you, you represent a very well-known cybersecurity firm. You have a number of experts. If I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you also offer services like Security Operations Center, etc., which is really a lot. But with very few people, if I'm not mistaken. How can you manage onboarding all these experts? Is it really true that we do not have so many cybersecurity experts?
In these times, it's a very difficult topic to hire somebody. No one is expert in the cybersecurity from the secondary or high school, because education in this time generating maybe 20, maybe 100 people per year, and we are expecting that in NIS2 we'll need thousands of experts and architects and process engineers and so on. We discussed a few days ago with other guys, with Michal, Tomas, one topic. We know that to train a guy from IT to the security, it takes roughly 5 to 7 years. And so from this perspective, it's very difficult to create a big new team of the security expert to be able to manage all needs of the market. So what we are offering, and not only we, but other colleagues here as well, outsourcing of such a knowledge. And it's very difficult to hire new people, because immediately many other headhunters trying to catch opportunity to offer different job for such a people. And really it's a lack of qualified security specialists on the Czech market, and maybe not only in the Czech market.
Thank you, Tomas. If I'm not mistaken, this is really a combination of a legal function, compliance function, IT function, security function, and that means a lot of knowledge. And normally, one man does not contain so much knowledge, so definitely it has to be distributed. And then hiring people, it's not an easy piece. Honzo, if I may throw a question towards you. Karin was talking about the DORA regulation, but this is not everything. We also have the NIS2 directive, which is going to be transposed into our national Czech law by the end of October 2024. The NIS2 directive replaces NIS1 directive and brings a number of organizational and technical measures that need to be implemented. And the question is, are the SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprises, ready for this storm? What's your view?
It's a tricky question. I can start with the same abbreviation as the Karin said. We like the regulation because regulation someone helps companies to somehow pay some security debt. And in some cases, I believe that the NIS2 will do this service for the company. So I believe that if we will be smart, I mean UKIP and the regulation, I think the security which will needs to be somehow set up in those companies will be reasonable. And I expect that we will be able to find a way how to do it smartly. And smartly always means to somehow treat the risk. So understand what's the risk and how we can treat them, how we can manage them within the companies. Of course, now it's a big change, yeah? And there are thousands of companies which probably is not ready for NIS2 right now and needs to think about how to be ready for this. And Czech Republic, it's very, we have got some specialty in the Europe, and I can give you this insights because we are dealing this topic around the Europe. We are really following very nice guidelines, which is quite thorough and really pointed out a lot of aspects of security, which is good on one way, but on the other way, there is no space to somehow cheat this law. So even the companies that so far do not make any security ever, and probably they are not secure right now, will be now secure because of this regulation. So you see, I'm quite optimistic. I don't want to be negative, even that it will cost a huge money. Yeah, but I think that's what we agree with.
That's fantastic that you're optimistic. All of us are optimistic. That's great. Michael, if I can ask you a very, I would say, tricky question as well. Imagine that you are a small enterprise having, let's say, 50 people, having let's say, 50 people directly employed and 50 people working with you remotely. You have a production line, you make goods, and you want to be secure. Now you see that you have never been under any regulation, but with the existence of NIS2 directive and a newly drafted Act on Cybersecurity, which will be there by the end of October 2024, you have to be prepared. You will engage a law firm, they will advise you on what are your obligations, what processes you need to implement in your company, but what about the security? What would you advise to all these companies, as Honza correctly pointed out, that are going to be in the amount of 6,000-7,000 in the Czech Republic, newly?
I will make it, the answer a bit of funny way, but, I would like to demonstrate through that what I mean it. Be in their case, I will look, on the 10 page and try to call them to help them because, frankly speaking, the SMEs, mainly SMEs and mid-sized enterprises will have, in my eyes, the biggest challenge to deal with that because they will have not capabilities to very quickly build up, in-house. Second, economically doesn't make sense. And third, even though they would like to invest, they will not have a security experts available, on the market. So I believe that specifically for this SME and mid-size, companies, makes very much sense to, let's use the word, outsource that task to the companies like Tain, which they will help them to deal with that security aspect, not the only process and the law regulation perspective, but from technological perspective, as well. The larger companies and let's say the enterprises, they are in slightly better, position because they have a, wider, portfolio of the resources. Usually they have lawyers, IT experts on board. So it's slightly, easier from the resource perspective. On the other hand, for exchange, it's more complex. So definitely my recommendation is not to always try to build up that capabilities, in-house, because most likely it will be more costly end of the day, and you will achieve less than to go and outsource somewhere else.
Yes, makes perfect sense. Karin, if I can get back to you again with regulation. All of us know that there was NIS1 directive and now there is NIS2 directive, which, as I said, will be transformed into a new set of rules in a brand new draft bill, the Cybersecurity Act, which will have those organizational and technical measures. But besides that, what is really, really new is the process of self-identification. So the first thing is that the companies will have to think about, am I or am I not under the regulation? That's point number one. And point number two is sanctions. If perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, you in the audience may have recalled that the first draft of the Cybersecurity Act brought very slight sanctions, somewhere around 100,000 Czech crowns. Then it was put, I think, in 5 million Czech crowns per each violation. And now it's about 2% of the global turnover, or, if I'm not mistaken, 10 million euros, whichever is higher. So it's it's like GDPR, but half. And Karin, do you see this trend as a good one? Do you see it as a good approach from the regulator, from the lawmakers? Or would you rather see any other way how to gather the knowledge and how to gather the enthusiasm, why to invest so much energy into cybersecurity protection? What's your view on this?
Recent years, NUKIP had the approach that they try
ladies and gentlemen, NUKIP is the cybersecurity agency located in Brno, for the...
Sorry for the So they had approach that really tried to cooperate with the regulator, the companies and the entities. They tried to help them to improve the security. That was their approach, really to be supportive, not to be very, very pushing. As I know, they have a problem, especially with the governance and the really governance agencies, not really with the business. What I think that the main priority of the business companies really on the commercial market need to be protect their own business. That's I am for the cybersecurity. That should be the focus, to protect my business and not to be pushed by regulator. This is one thing. Second thing is that, as we can see, for instance, from the GDPR, because recently I was working in another company and we make some review about the penalties raised based on GDPR, and in Czech Republic is not such a big. So really, this local approach is not to raise the big penalties and to punish the companies and more to work with them. So I guess that it should be an approach because, as you said, many SMBs have a problem to understand the security, understand the principles, and it's not about the refusing the topic itself, but it's more about the awareness. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Karin. You're perfectly right. In the Czech Republic, we do not witness such high fines for breach of GDPR as compared to Belgium, UK, and other countries. speaking of sanctions, Tomas, do you think that sanction is the highly motivating factor for owners of SMEs or for key stakeholders in SMEs? And how do you, from your perspective, combat that narrative that, well, we are a small firm, cybersecurity threats does not affect us, we don't have such fantastic data that one would be interested in, and we don't need it because it only costs money, and we don't want to pay lawyers and security companies?
Yeah, so I try to use other buzzword, ESG. And in framework of the regulation, G, governance, covering security as well. And what is ESG? It's about the sustainability of your business. And I think the first topic from the management point of view, or ownership point of view, is not to avoid some penalties, but ensure that your business will continue. And I think the biggest threat is not to got some sanction or penalty, but stop your business. And we have a lot of bad examples that even quite big companies were stopped for weeks doing their business, and they lost a lot. And I think this is the crucial part. Security is not somehow pushed by regulation or some buzz of European Union. This is essential part how we can survive in this digital area. Cyber crime is not something which you will see in the American movie, but this is existing threat, and I think the biggest impact of your business should be not from the physical crime. For today, is rather this cyber crime.
Honzo, you wanted to add?
Just to comment, because I think we are discussing about regulation, what needs to be done, and how the companies should somehow fulfill the regulation. But what I expect that the regulation will also bring the companies some help in case of the attack. Yeah. And we see it right now. For example, this DDoS attack, Russian base or expected Russian base on the Czech banks. I see a lot of cooperation, I see a lot of contribution from the UKIP and from the state, and I believe that the NIS2 will bring the same to the companies. So even the small business companies, it's not just about being secure, it's also about being somehow supported during some vast devastating attacks and help from the state. That's what I expected. I'm not sure if the government will somehow pay attention to the business. We'll see. I will be positively surprised how it will work. But I expect also this. This is also part of the regular regulation. Yeah.
Maybe I will put another comment. From the perspective, as was mentioned, that I'm a small company, nobody cares about me. Why it's important, which is partially true. That you might be not, the spot of the, attack from the perspective that somebody focus on you, but you are just the victim of some spread or botnets or, the wider type of attacks. You are simply used as a potential, tool for other lateral bridges somewhere, somewhere else. But what I would like to highlight that in case of large companies, if you are attacked, you are in many cases more resilient than the small one. For some small companies, as you were mentioning, 50 people, production line, etc., it might be end of their business. If you are maybe out of business for days, maybe some short weeks, you might not even recover, from that perspective. So this is as well, I would like to highlight it. It might be important from that perspective that this resiliency through the help and cooperation is the value which this regulation could bring.
I couldn't agree more personally, but Tomas has the final remark to this.
Because I didn't answer your question. So, should I afraid of some attack? We can say, and we all know that there are some random attacks and targeted attacks. When we are speaking about the targeted attacks, usually it's driven by some regions or agencies, and it's very difficult to fight with this. It's through the DDoS, based on some countries like China, Russia, Iran, and so on. But when we are speaking about the random attacks, partially it's a geopolitical issue because we are living in the country which is somehow supporting, for example, in Israel in this time. So we see we are supporting Ukraine. So we cannot say that we are safe and nobody is scared about the Czech Republic. Opposite is true. And random attacks are simply attacking to all domain CZ.
Yes, thank you, Tomas. What just came up to my mind is just a small and brief recap, and then I'll have a question for you, Karin. I represent here a global law firm being present in 100 countries and having offering for small companies, also for large companies. We make comparative studies, we make gap analysis, we make preparations for cyber attacks, and then if the cyber attack really knocks at your door, we advise clients what exactly they need to do, who they need to call, and what they need to report to what authorities, etc., etc., etc. But my question is quite different. Is the cybersecurity insurance the key? How to tackle some potential devastating effects for companies, Karin?
I'm working for insurance company, but we are
That's
not,
why it's a question for
this
you.
is not, yes, but it is not our for the cybersecurity insurance. Insurance is somehow the transferring the risk. But for instance, reputational damage, you cannot transfer. It's always impact the company itself. So insurance can help you, for instance, to get a good advice, because usually insurance company will send you some advisory, some technical consultants to really help you to do with the ransomware, the people with experience for negotiations, for instance, for the ransomware with the attackers. So it somehow could help you, but it's moreover it's important to prepare for the attack and to make some measures in advance, because they are usually very trivial. Is this cybersecurity hygiene that you will patch your systems, train your users, and all this stuff you can do it to prevent the attack itself. So it's need to be a really complex approach, not just I will transfer the risk via the insurance, but also focus on my own security, my own protection. And this complex thing will help you then survive the attack if they...
Yeah, correct. Attribution of risks and acting with due managerial care has always been not only a buzzword, but a concept very heavily discussed in many, not only legal conferences, but also elsewhere. And the DORA, as well as NIS directive, brings the obligation for members of the board of directors and statutory officers to act in good faith, to act with direct liability, to protect assets in the company from cybersecurity threats. What about the line of defense, Michal? Is it something what the general managers, because you're also a general manager of a huge company, is it something what you diligently take care of, and is it something what you would like to have support in, or is it something what you think is just by default something what you bear in your mind, or how general managers can simply act correctly when they know that they have to foster all actions towards cybersecurity?
I think that the cybersecurity, it's or should be the essential part of each management, agenda, because it's exactly in the bucket of managing the risk of doing the business. There is nothing else. in my eyes, then, it's not different from the things how to assure that you have business continuity measures and the practice, in place. It's the same with the physical security. It's the same with the, security for your employees. I don't see it, much differently than in this digital era. It's just, another evolvement, the things which we normally have. If I will maybe use the analogy, these days nobody is challenging that we have the rules for, or when you drive the cars, etc. If we look 100 years back, it might be the same discussion, that the days that we would like to regulate how you will use the cars on the street. And we are exactly, in the same situation, just with the digital, nothing else.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Before we wrap up this panel, I have one question for Honza, because Honza, you are a considered cybersecurity expert. You've been working for many international firms. And what about the long-lasting buzzword called blockchain? Does the blockchain and all the fuzz around help cybersecurity initiatives, or just contrary?
Frankly speaking, it was much more fashionable word 2 years ago than it is right now. Yeah, I see that we somehow leverage the technology of the blockchain. We use it in some assurance way that we would like to do. But right now, I believe that what resonates more, it's something like the zero trust or quantum and other things, which will be definitely something that will resonate quite easily. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I believe that it's rather somehow we pause this technology and wait for any other wave that will bring the new implementation, new business reasoning behind this.
Yeah. So it's similar to AI, do you think?
Whoa, AI is crazy.
AI is crazy.
AI is crazy, and it's the, just one small comment, I'm not sure how much minutes we have got. Just from I'm cybersecurity expert, but believe me, AI is more problem of business and ethics than security and cyber. So even the compliance. So please, if you will somehow try to find a way how you can treat the risk, please think about first the business, people, and the way how AI will bring you some bad effects. And I think for the compliance, we should wait at least one year, and then we will have got some nice regulation, and we will be able to treat it. But I believe that the business risk is something that resonates much more than the cybersecurity for AI.
Exactly. Business as usual is always the most important thing. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have a very last question for my dear panelists. And I would like to start with Karin, if possible. And my last question is, imagine where we are now. We are now somewhere in the transition from the old Cybersecurity Act towards the new Cybersecurity Act. We are now in the transition from not knowing anything about AI to learning a lot from GPT way of operation, ChatGPT way of operation. We are now moving from very low regulated areas to very high regulated areas. And imagine that we have representatives and owners of small and middle-sized companies. What would be your 3-point recommendation for each and every small business in this country to do right now in the era of cybersecurity? And the same question for Tomas, for Honza, and for Michal.
Okay, that was first of all, think about your business, about the risk to your business, what cyberspace, new cyber technologies can bring to your business. We just thought about this AI applications in the healthcare, food industry, and whatever. So think about this, how this risk can impact your business is the first thing. Second thing, maybe take account of the regulations, maybe think how regulation could help you. but more than focus to, because usually the regulation is comply or explain, so you don't need to implement everything, but maybe to stick with what is important for you, implement those things which brings you biggest benefits. And last thing, really, awareness. User awareness, top management awareness, and discuss and communicate with them and really try to understand each other.
Thank you, Karin. Tomas?
So, I don't want to repeat any whole speech, but my first recommendation is definitely security awareness. So, the biggest threat is your employee. So, how you can onboard your staff to understand what's going on from the regulation, from and risk perspective to some action points. Second, to somehow prepare plan for the next 5 years, because this is exactly how the regulation is work. So every company which will be under the regulation will have a 5 years framework to do some steps. So even as an owner, to understand what I will need in 1 year, in 5 years. And third recommendation, definitely educate people, train the people, and we need really repeatedly work with people, because we can somehow leverage their skills to help them to avoid big risks which are facing on.
Thank you, Tomas. Gonzalo?
What to add? What to add? I think build up your baseline. So look at your infrastructure, look at the things that is somehow processing your data, and do the good security configuration, do the patching, do the other things. Do not make the door open for anyone, even from anyone from internal team. So teach people how to not be the attacker, because in most cases, your people will not be attacker like the toxic employee. They will be just somehow hacked by the ransomware, by phishing, and they are the attackers. And the third one, be ready for disaster. If you are the owner, if you are the GM, think about what I will do when I will have got no IT. Will I do still the business? Or how I will do, and be ready for this. I think this is something what we learned from COVID, from Ukraine. Be ready for blackout. Even a company who has got the production line, be ready for blackout. Be ready to close the door to any digitalization. Be ready to switch to analog systems if you still can, and be ready to do your business without the IT. At least think about it if it's not possible.
So maybe I will try to be short. First, I would say act, which I meaning have a plan what to do. Second, try to educate yourself and your people, because it will take time, as well. And the third, that I'm not repeating the things, because I agree with all of what my predecessor said, but maybe try to use it as a how to differentiate you on the market, because security might be as well perceived as your business advantage, not only the threat and regulation which costs you money. It might be as well perceived as a business advantage, and just start to think how to use it as your business differentiator.
Thank you, Michal, and thank you all. Hopefully we have no overrun, am I right? We are fantastic, great group. Ladies and gentlemen, let me cordially thank you once again for coming to this event. Thank you for coming to this particular panel. It was a pleasure. And let me once again thank to all of my dear panelists. So, Karin Gubalova from Cooperativa, thank you very much for coming. Tomas Budnik from Tain, thank you very much for coming. Honza Krop from Accenture, thank you very much for coming. And last but not least, Michal Stachnik from Cisco, thank you very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
And we also thank you, Tomas, that you held this panel discussion so well. It was incredible. And it was actually the last panel discussion which we had today. And in front of us is the last keynote. So please let me welcome on stage Miroslav Fuksa from Coding Bear. And he will share with you some ideas about shaping innovations. Here comes the clicker. The stage is yours.
Thank you. And the controller is here. Perfect. Hello, hi. My name is Miroslav Fuksa, and I will talk about shaping the innovations. I'm CEO of Coding Bear. First, I would like to thank you that you stayed here for this last talk today. I will make it a little bit lighter, so it's not a so heavy topic. I will tell you what is Coding Bear, why I founded it. Actually, I am an IT guy since my childhood. When I was young, when I was like 6 years, 7 years old, I developed my first computer game. I was a strange guy, sitting in front of a PC every night, coding and mostly playing games, but also coding. And when I was adult, I worked for corporations, for banks, for technology companies, global companies. We developed, for example, some open source framework, which I presented it in San Francisco. It was cool. You are really changing the world. We were making the technical innovations, and then I created one technology startup. It was fintech peer-to-peer startup. Everything was about creating technology innovations. I like technology innovations. But there was one thing which I didn't like so much. It was actually that it fails in so many cases. On one hand, there are so many intelligent people working in brilliant technology innovation, and this somehow doesn't work. The problem is that this innovation doesn't meet the people needs. It doesn't reflect our ideas, our motivations, our emotions. So I said, sorry, it's hard to present the last speech. So I said to myself, let's create Coding Bear and let's change it. So we have clever people working in our office and working for very interesting clients. We are developing innovation software products for clients from the e-commerce sector, for clients from finance, fintech. We also do some blockchain development. We do for industry and for technology. For example, our client Manta was bought 2 weeks ago by IBM, so it was quite successful exit, and we are happy we could help them on their way. So, this is Coding Bear in numbers. We exist for 7 years, and let's speak about innovations. So, what's the problem with the innovation? How the innovation is created. What's the motivation to create the innovation? Actually, there are, I see 2 ways around me how innovations are created. One is there is a really need to solve some practical issues, we need to optimize something, improve something. The second part is this one. There are some clever guys, actually it's not us, clever guys thinking they have some good technology like AI, blockchain, or whatever. They are going to use it on the project to make some business and money. It happens, it's okay. I found out from my point of view that the first case, solving real technical problem, no technical problem, real issue, it's much more useful. So, for example, from our experience, for one of the biggest e-commerce players here in Czech Republic and in the Middle Europe, we built a logistic platform that is able to control delivery, cross-border delivery. We are delivering 10,000 of packages every day. It's working, it's perfect, it's fine. And it solves the issue. And we then thought about how can we make it more sexy. This was perfect. It was a really nice job which we did. It's working until now. But we were IT guys. We wanted to make it really sexy, make something that breaks the world. We know AI, we know computer graphics, so we decided to make the tool for visualization of the e-commerce product. So it was the tool which we created. It was our product, not for our customer, that you can I don't know if you can see it. You can actually take your iPhone and see the glasses. Actually, there are many tools like that, but we were much better. We did, I think in one time, we were the best visualization tool for glasses in the world from technology point of view. It had some issues, some problems, and it wasn't in technology. It was in the business. We actually built this tool for half a year and then come to customers and found out that selling glasses online is a really complex process. It's not so easy. And then having the tool which is nicer from all the tools doesn't help you. It doesn't help you to increase the sales, just a little bit. It's not their issue. We didn't help them. So we thought what we will do, and it's very difficult to do something really technological, hard, to deep dive into technology and research something really brilliant, and in the same time be connected with the world above. You know, don't lose the connection. We were thinking how to do it. We did many successful projects for our clients, and then we created another product. This is called Jerbu. It's called from this little mouse, which is Jerboa. Jerboa is a mouse on desert that always, I still have time, that always comes to safety. It can live on desert. It's super perfect. We did this electronic version of this mouse, which is called Jerbu, and it leads the software development teams through their daily work that at the end of the day, they always end up delivering the software, because we know a lot about delivering the software. It was good because it was solving real pain in the IT department. This product is actually right now on hold due to the financing. I wouldn't go into the detail, it's not so important, but it still was extremely successful. In 1 year after development, we were able to deploy to about 10 large customers here in Czech Republic and for global companies for the MVP version, which was very good. How did we do it? We were much more clever than before, so we decided to we had guys who just deep dive into technology. They was just studying, writing the engines for analyzing the data from the IT departments, analyzing them, and in the meantime, I created fake screenshots, you know, and went to my customers saying, hey, I have this product, let's see it. After a few sentences, I said them, okay, it's not working, it's under the development, but tell me what you think. And they were just giving us feedback, speaking about their pains. I was still going to customers. And in the meantime, the guys were developing the core. After a very short time, we were able to find out that this is not what solves the customer's issues. So this product right now is something else than it was at the beginning. And we were able to change it in few months just by the feedback, because we were going for feedback. And still we built really nice technology stuff. So basically, if you are building an innovation, I think you need two things at the end. You need to solve a real use case, real customer needs. You need to fix a real issue in the world. And then, don't forget, it's an innovation. It's not small improvement. At the end, someone has to open your innovation, and this is the product anyway, and say, wow, that's perfect. That's really nice. This is something more. It's not like 5% of improvement. It's like 5 times better. It looks nice, it works, it's changing the world. You need to have these two parts, real issue and really it has to do something. For real issue, you need business people, you need salesmen who is talking to customer every day, who is validating your product. And for this second part, to make this amazing result, you need technology people which will be close in the dark rooms and investigating and doing their job very well. So for me, the advice, if you are building the innovation, always keep those things in your head. Don't forget to have on board very high talented people, like we have in Golden Bear. That's actually what we are doing. We are collecting talented people with the rest of the world and making innovations happen. So have them on board, do something amazing, and have sales guys and people open to public to validate the idea in the meantime. So whatever you do, I wish you that you are successful and that your products and solutions are at the end great. If you need any help, contact us, ask us for help, or just talk to us or have a beer downstairs with us. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miroslav. This was our last keynote for today, so please let me close the official part of our program and invite on stage Patrik Juranek once again, who is the CEO and founder of startup Disturb.
Thank you very much, and thank you all of you that you decided to join us. And this is not the end. So what we are planning right now, that you can join us down for the after party at 7 p.m. If you will be interested, we'll have the amazing guest Esther Wojcicki, who was the mentor to the children of Steve Jobs, and her daughter Susan was CEO of YouTube, so we are having the amazing opportunity of her talk. So if you want, at 7, we still have like 1 hour. Please just come back to this hall and we'll continue for the last session, which I believe will be one of the more remarkable. And right now, please join us downstairs. Thank you very much, all of you that decided to join us, and hope that this first day was full of inspiration regarding to innovation and the mainly connection for all of you, maybe to start new collaboration, new businesses, I don't know. But it's right now up to you. So thank you very much once more. And if you decided to stay with us, see you here at 7. Thank you.